we'll rise and greet each new day. Feel this soulful harmony that binds us tight. Our sisterhood shines with a radiant light. With every note we sing and every dream we chase, we'll lift each other higher in this sacred space. Sacred space. Sacred. In the heart of the city where dreams intertwine, sisterhood's a melody, a rhythm so divine. When the world feels heavy and shadows start to fall, I'll be there to lift you through it all. In the glow of the sunrise, our spirits take flight. Together we're unstoppable, shining through the night. With every step we take, hand in hand we'll go. In this dance of life, our love will always flow. When your crown feels heavy, slipping from your grace, I'll be there to steady, put a smile on your face. Through the highs and lows, the laughter and the tears, I'll be by your side, dissolving all your fears. In the breeze of summer nights, under starlit skies, we'll share our secrets, no need for disguise. With
hello, everyone, come
in the sisterhood,
hit that like and share it if you can. United Family Secrets, Untold Truth. I will be in the background for about a minute or so, giving enough people time to come in. I started a little early. You guys let me know what you think about the new theme song. I wrote it myself. Come on in.
A story to be told through festival grounds where laughter's abound. We'll dance to the rhythm of love we found. So here's to us and the journey we share, a friendship unbreakable beyond compare. For when life gets tough and dreams seem far away, together we'll rise and greet each new day. Feel this soulful harmony that binds us tight. Our sisterhood shines with a radiant light. With every note we sing and every dream we chase, we'll lift each other higher in this sacred space. Sacred space. Sacred. In the heart of the city where dreams intertwine, sisterhood's a melody, a rhythm so divine. When the world feels heavy and shadows start to fall, I'll be there to lift you through it all. In the glow of the sunrise, our spirits take flight. Together we're unstoppable, shining through the night. With every step we take, hand in hand we'll go. In this dance of life, our love will always flow. When your crown feels heavy, slipping from your grace, I'll be there to steady, put a smile on your face. Through the highs and lows, the laughter and the tears, I'll be by your side, dissolving all your fears. In the breeze of summer nights, under starlit skies, we'll share our secrets, no need for disguise. With each whispered promise, our bond becomes strong. In the sisterhood of ours, we always belong. When storms start to gather and skies turn gray, we'll find shelter together.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome to our show tonight. Tonight's topic is Family Secrets, Untold Truth. I am Dr. Kimberly Wilson. Come on in. We will get started shortly. I am talking to one of the guests, having a little jitters about coming on, but you guys come on. Let me know what you think about the new theme song. I wrote it myself. I was helped by my boy Craig. So you guys come on. Okay, love. Thank you for tuning in. Come on, y'all. Hello, Miss Lisa. Hello, Miss Increase. Let me know what you guys think about the new theme song. It's Fixing Your Crowns. It talks about friendship, love, admiration for each other. I wrote it myself. So you guys let me know what you think. And we will be getting started. As I stated, tonight's show is Family Secrets, Untold Truth. We will be discussing about family violence, family abuse. You know, I will give you guys the medical terminology for it as well. Hopefully, anti-violence can join us and give the guests some tools if they need it. We're supposed to have 2 or more guests, and they will be joining us shortly. One of them stated she is on her way. So we will be getting into it. I pray that you guys are having a blessed Friday. I am. God is good and so worthy to be praised. So you guys come on in, hit that like button and hit that share button. Jasmine, how are you doing, love? Hey, Miss Lisa M, how you doing? Y'all come on. I did share it on my Facebook page, but y'all know I will not be going live on Facebook. Facebook is now hot trash. Yes, Miss Lisa, I'm blessed. I can't complain. It wouldn't do me no good if I tried. So, no complaining. Hello, Queens of Thrones, love. How you doing? Y'all come on in. Y'all hit that like button, hit that share button. We will be talking about family secrets, the untold truth. I will give you guys the medical terminology if you don't know who I am Dr. Kimberly Wilson for the haters, but my people can just call me Kim. I'm not one that's hung up on titles, but if you a hater, put doctor in front of it. If you want to call me that B word, make sure you put doctor in front of it, okay? But to my friends, my queens, and my peeps, I am just Kim or Kimberly. Hey, Felicia sis, how you doing? Y'all welcome. I was on time, y'all. I'm so proud of myself. I'm usually late. So I am on time. I had a young lady that was a little nervous by coming on, but I got her to go head on and come on. So she'll be telling her story. She'll be pulling up shortly. I'm going to give you guys the medical terminology about family abuse, also family violence, because it's 2 different things, but it is involving your family. You can have family abuse without sexual abuse. A lot of people think family abuse is just a tribute to sexual abuse. You can also have physical abuse, psychological abuse as well. So we're going to dive all into it. As you guys know, my platform is love and unity only. No buffoonery is tolerated. I do not go back and forth with you bullies. I put bullies in jail where they need to be. Okay. And if you too unhinged, I call the people in the paddy wagon with the straight jacket to go and get you some other kind of help you may need. Okay. So argue with your children. All right. Now that we got that out the way, I'm not sure if anti-violence will be able to join us. I was a little busy, so I did not get a chance to inbox her. However, we're going to get this party started. If you guys have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. As I said, this is a laid-back environment. I play 0 games, and I'm about uplifting and encouraging. I wrote a theme song for the show. While I pull up my notes, I'm about to play it in the background. I was wrote and it was choreographed by me. My friend Craig helps me with it. So you guys tell me what you think. It's about friendship, love, and unity. I'm going to play it while I pull up the notes. Y'all let me know what y'all think in the chat.
For unity's embrace, we discover our might. Side by side, we'll conquer till morning light. With every heartbeat echoing the songs of old. Our connection's timeless, a story to be told. Through festival grounds where laughter's abound, we'll dance to the rhythm of love we found. So here's to us and the journey we share. A friendship unbreakable beyond compare. For when life gets tough and dreams seem far away, together we'll rise and greet each new day. In this soulful harmony that binds us tight, our sisterhood shines with a radiant light. With every note we sing and every dream we chase, we'll lift each other higher in this sacred space. Sacred space. Sacred. In the heart of the city where dreams intertwine, sisterhood's a melody, a rhythm so divine. When the world feels heavy and shadows start to fall, I'll be there to lift you through it all. In the glow of the sunrise, our spirits take flight. Together we're unstoppable, shining through the night. With every step we take, hand in hand we'll go. In this dance of life, our love will always flow. When your crown feels heavy, slipping from your grace, I'll be there to steady.
Okay, what you guys think? I wrote that. It pretty much exemplifies what the show is about. I got you, sis. I'm doing it now. It pretty much exemplifies what the show is about. Unity. Has that old school jazzy vibe. You know, I love some smooth music. So, yeah. So that's why I say, you're coming over here with the buffoonery, play with your children, okay? Let me go and march you, love. And we about to get this party started. As I stated, I have 2 guests that will be coming. Thank you so much. Thank you, sis. Thank you, Queen Strong Love. Thank you, Miss Lisa. And thank you, Miss Jasmine. Yeah, we have to make sure we keep it class and never trashing. Also, y'all, I love to support. I come on, you know, and chat. I be up late night. I be needing to go to bed, but I be up late. Why I can't find my own damn video? Hold on, y'all. My video ain't coming up. Facebook, what you doing, baby? Let me go on here, Felicia. I don't know what that thing doing on here over here. We have a show for you tonight. Bear with me, y'all. I'm finna make Felicia mad and we're about to get started. Welcome, everybody. Hey, what's the word? Welcome, love. Hey, Sabrina. Thank you so much, love. Y'all know they say I'm from the South, so I talk with a little country twang or whatever. Oh, and tonight a lot of my people like to know what's in the drink. It is this right here and a little absolute vodka. Like I said, don't judge me, judge yourself. It's been a long week and I am entitled to have me a drink. But as I was saying, why is my okay, there you go. Go in the chat. Okay. So y'all, what do we do when it's not showing up? Like our live is not showing up on our YouTube app or nothing else, the studio or nothing. Like I don't know what's going on with this. Hey Terry Love, how you doing tonight? Like it ain't showing up at all, y'all. Like view lives, it ain't on there. It ain't on there at all. I don't know what's happening here. Okay, I will mod you guys later. I don't know why it's not showing up. It ain't showing up in the YouTube. I go to the link. It's doing what it want to do. I tried to refresh it. I don't know what's happening. What's the deal? But I will make sure I mod you guys later. All right, welcome everybody that's coming into the chat. Hello, Danny. I did all of that. It's just a hot mess, y'all. But we're going to get this party started anyway. Again, I am Dr. Kimberly Wilson. Tonight's topic is Family Secrets, Untold Truth. So we're going to talk about family violence as well as family abuse. They are two different things. They are different. A lot of people think they are the same, but they are different. So we're going to get into it. If you guys have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. I ask that everyone come in, be respectful to the victims that will be telling their stories. Be mindful. It is very hurtful for them to talk about, especially a victim of someone in their family that's supposed to love them or care for them. So please, when we get to that part of the show, be respectful because these women or guys, if any guys want to come forward, men are abused as well. Boys are abused as well. So anyone that feels like they want to speak their truth, please be respectful. Okay, so we're going to first start off about what is family abuse. Family abuse, particular in the family, is when an adult, typically a parent or a caregiver, uses violence to control and or harm a family member. The abuse can be physical, emotional, psychological, or sexual. Neglect is another form of abuse. Neglect is when parents or caregivers who have a responsibility to care for a young person don't meet their basic needs. All right. So do everybody understand what abuse, family abuse is? All right. So we're going to talk about physical abuse. Physical abuse includes hitting, punching, or physically harming a young person in some other way. Other examples of physical abuse include slapping, biting, kicking, pulling hair, scratching, shaking, choking, arm twisting, using an object such as a belt or a bat to cause pain. On one of my shows, one of a survivor, he's a young man. He's 42 years old now. He's a doctor, a cardiologist. He was both physically and sexually abused. His mom was sexually abusing him, and she would cause harm to his genital area. When he did not want to perform sexual acts on her, she would injure his penis. So that is a form of mutilation as well as a form of physical abuse. Sexual mutilation is also common when an abuser doesn't get what he or she wants. They then begin to cause pain to sexual areas. It can be physical, where they punching, slapping, whatever the case might be. But usually they do sexual mutilation. All right. Then we're going to go to the second form of abuse caused by a family member, emotional abuse. It's also known as psychological abuse. It is when someone threatens, bullies, intimidates another person. It's harder to recognize than physical abuse. A person experiencing emotional abuse may not realize that they're being mistreated. Emotional abuse is not just prevalent in families. A lot of the victimizing that's going on in these YouTube streets is also considered emotional abuse. A person experiencing emotional abuse may not realize that they're being mistreated, as I stated. Emotional abuse doesn't have physical marks, which can make it harder for other people to recognize. Emotional abuse can be as painful as physical abuse, which means emotionally It's hard to get over emotional abuse. Physical abuse, your wounds will soon heal. But if a person emotionally abuses you, that leaves an everlasting impact on your life. For an example, if you're already suffering from low self-esteem and someone is always calling you ugly or fat or stupid, eventually you're going to start seeing yourself as that. But I hope you guys know that you are created uniquely in God's image and you are beautiful, regardless of your shape, color, size, or whatever. So don't let nobody shame you in that way. I know it's easier said than done, but people will try to emotionally abuse you because they are hurting. And examples of emotional abuse, I know you guys have all heard it and seen it. Name calling, insulting and criticizing someone to hurt their feelings, ridiculing someone, humiliating a person in public, yelling at someone, pushing them around or speaking down to them in front of others, telling someone that they're a bad person, giving someone the silent treatment, threatening to hurt a person or someone they care about, or threatening to harm a pet, threatening to leave a young person somewhere or to leave them home and never return, abusing someone else, such as their children, sibling, parent, in front of a young person. So, all of these examples that I have given is form of emotional abuse. I know you guys have seen it here in these YouTube streets. Every last one of these I have listed, you guys see it in these YouTube streets. So, if you doing all of these bulletin points, you need to be in jail. If you checking the whole list, you need to be in jail. You sick. You need to be in jail or straitjacket. Either one, you need to be off these streets, out of the real streets and these YouTube streets. That's why I tell you, if you come on my panel with the buffoonery, you going to choose either jail, where you don't pass go and collect $200. You go straight to jail, or you can go in a straitjacket. So make your decision. But either one, either you come in here and learn something, or you get out. Either way, you're going to respect everybody over here, or I got a place for you. 2 places for you. Sabrina, if you call someone a name and it's true, it depends on the circumstances. Emotional abuse is when you are constantly ridiculing someone that they have done nothing to you to deserve that, or they have asked you to leave them alone and you continue to bother them. Now, I ain't gonna tell y'all, sometimes somebody been to pissed you off so bad you can't help nothing but to call them a stupid SOB, or you know what I'm saying? Sometimes a person will push you in a corner and cause you to get out of character. You understand what I'm saying? None of us is perfect. None of us is perfect. Hello, love. Thank you so much. They can cause you to get out of character. We all operating in the flesh. Ain't nobody perfect. Even me. And my resume is up there. You know what I'm saying? I lose track of my degrees, but sometimes, you gonna get called. My favorite word when I'm upset is the B word. I throw around the B words like it's a common word for me. You gonna be a stupid B, a sucker, a fool, or something. So we all have something that we need to work on. But if you picking on someone that you know have been through something, you're a bully, you're an abuser. If you picking on someone that you know has less than you, you're a bully. For an example, if you read very fluently and you picking on someone that is illiterate, you are a bully. You are an emotional abuser. Instead of doing that to them, pick up a book, help them, or shut your mouth up. And I know we teach our children not to use the word shut up, but sometimes we got to tell people to just shut up. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all, please excuse the noise you may hear in the background. Destiny, for whatever reason, which is my 7-year-old, her and her puppy is having a little spat right now. So y'all, please excuse the noise that you may hear in the background. But it is an emotional abuse. For an example, the abuse that is done to Felicia. I heard Queen Throne speak about it on her panel with her daughter. That is all emotional abuse. Her daughter is a baby. That's not appropriate. When they was talking about Felicia's grandson, that is emotional abuse. That's not appropriate. When they were making fun of her because of her sexual abuse when she was just 6 years old, talking about her clothing that she was wearing, that's victimizing. That is emotional abuse. Trying to make her get off the internet, bullying, try to bully her off the internet. That is emotional abuse. I just gave you guys the medical terminology for it. Everything that these people are doing covers every bulletin. So ask yourself, how can you sit in the bushes and listen at that buffoonery? You can't. They can be charged. And if you come over here with that buffoonery, I got a special place for you. I got 2 places for you. Jail or the straitjacket. Choose whichever one you want. Because I also run an investigative firm and I can find your address within 1 minute. Because, see, you ain't going to trick me out my spot. I ain't going to go back and forth with you. I'm going to immediately know whether you deserve jail or the mental ward. Either one, I'm going to get you off of here with your buffoonery. So, if you see someone that is checking all the medical bulletin points, if I were you, I would exit stage left. That's in these YouTube streets of real life. I would not want to deal with someone that finds it okay to bully, manipulate, harm, hurt somebody. I wouldn't want to deal with someone that finds it okay to talk about children in any manner. Children are off limits. Period. If I talk about you, I'm gonna tell you to go put your head in the toilet. But I ain't gonna talk about your daughter or your son. But I'll tell you to go stick your damn head in that toilet bowl. You feel what I'm saying? And flush it in a shitty bowl at that. But you will never hear me talk about your child. Period. Ethically, we have people lacking ethical and moral standards. Because that's something that you should know. You should never violate the code of ethics of talking about a child in any way. And people like that was probably bullied as a child. So we're going to talk about sexual abuse, which is very prevalent in the African American community. It is being hidden in the African American community. A lot of people think our Caucasians lead sexual abuse, but it's actually very high in the African American community. Very high. The uncle, the cousin, the daddy. Also, none of your children is safe over some of the family members' house. Even boys are being molested as well. Y'all remember that church bus? It was Jesus of Latter-day Saints, I believe that's what it was called. They used to come around with their bus and pick these children up. My mom never would let me go. And I used to get so mad because all of the rest of the children were able to go. Well, they found out years later, a lot of these people that was acting like fathers and mentors to these children were abusing these babies, both girls and boys. They were abusing them, taking them, gaining their trust, and abusing them. They were abusing them. And there are female predators, which kills me because I cannot stand women. Yes. Y'all know R. Kelly. R. Kelly was abused by his sister. That's why R. Kelly felt it to be okay to touch young girls, to have the appetite for young girls. His sister was abusing both him and his brother, more R. Kelly than his brother, but he was abused by his sister. It's on Google. Y'all go look at the story. His brother came out with the story. R. Kelly was abused, had a sexual relationship with his sister for years. So when you're abused like that by a close family member, you don't know where the line starts and stops. So see, she needs to be in jail right along with him because she created the monster that's within him. She needs to be in jail as well. You're sleeping with your brother. How sick. So on y'all private time, go look it up. That's what started the appetite for these little bitty girls. Sabrina said, I was tried again. Hold on, let me see. I was tried again by another woman as a freshman in college. The stud was a junior and tried to intoxicate me. Glad I went with my good and left. I am so glad you went with your good and you avoided that. Because that's it. That's it. It's hard for me to have sympathy for victims that victimize others, but yes, the sister should be in jail. Yes, the sister should be in jail. She was having a sexual relationship with her own brother. How sick. I don't even look at my little brother. I have a 31-year-old brother that I helped raise when my mom passed away in 2008. I don't even look at my brother in a sexual way. And if he have on something too revealing, I tell him, boy, go put on some clothes. Boy, Or if he have on one of them little wife beaters, they call them, cover up a little bit. Like, that's not acceptable. You was just 14, Sabrina. Was it a female or a male that tried you? Yeah, like we got to. Oh, you say you and R. Kelly went to Kenwood together? So how was he at Kenwood, Felicia? Yeah, the sister may have been abused. The father was in and out of the home. She may have been abused too. Oh wow. She would follow you to the bathroom and watch you dress. My God. See, my mama's dead and gone, rest her soul. My mom died July the 3rd, 2008. She had fibrosis of the lungs, which is another form of cancer. And she died a very slow, painful death. She was in the hospital for 30 days before she passed away. But before she got sick, my mama didn't play. My mama was a pistol toting, very outspoken, don't play with me or my children type of woman. So she would have bust her friend upside the head right there on the spot and drug her out of her house. Period. If she even thought she was being weird, she'd have bust her upside her head. Oh, they loved him. He loved the young girls, and they loved him too. I ain't surprised. I ain't surprised. You have to blame him for his actions, but we also have to address, how did he get there? How did he get there? How did he get there? Because like Queen Throne said, it's taught behavior. Oh, they say he was very generous. He had a very generous heart. And let's be clear, he's responsible for a lot of these people, these artists. He wrote a lot of songs. He revitalized the Isley Brothers' career. He helped create the Mr. Biggs character along with Angela Winbush, one of my favorites. Because let's be clear, the Isley Brothers had made music, but he was walking around with a dried up curl and some penny loafers into the Mr. Biggs character. Once the Mr. Biggs character came out, R. Kelly wrote the Down Low song. The new era came. They was able to cross over to the younger generation, because at first wasn't nobody listening with them dried up, with that dried up curl, them little sweaters and the penny loafers. You know, but when he got in them double-breasted suits with the little ducktail in the back with the little Jerry curl, you know, the little young girls start looking at him then. You know what I'm saying? But not with the ashy curl and the penny loafers. I blame them too as well, Felicia. They should be in jail too. I could not sit through what it was, surviving R. Kelly. I couldn't sit through that because the mothers was despicable to me. You sold your babies to this man. Are you kidding me? Some of them ain't had no contact with their mom for a while. Like, are you kidding? Like, no. I wish a man would ask me for my 7-year-old daughter. Baby, I'm finna come unhinged. He gonna have to go and call the police. Cause when I pull my gun out somewhere, he ain't gonna want to still be standing there. How dare you? Yes, definitely, Lisa. I don't care what nobody have to say. I still listen at R. Kelly. Especially, what is it? What is his song? You Saved Me. I listen at You Saved Me a lot because I resonate with that song a lot. Because when I say God has saved me, when I supposed to have been dead sleeping in my grave, so I listen at You Saved Me a lot. Exactly, Miss Sabrina. Like, we not gonna play that. We not gonna. It's up when it's stuck on my little lady. Sabrina, I don't listen at it a lot, but You Saved Me is in one of my flash drives where I have all of my gospel music. And if you've ever been through a whole lot of storms where you was laying there and you was about to cross over from death to light, or you have seen someone die before your eyes or slowly deteriorate, You Saved Me will resonate to your soul. He's talented. Can't take that away from him. He just sick. He's sick. He's sick. And the people that caused the sickness should be also sitting in a jail cell right along with him. A lot of his music is real life stuff. Wait a minute. Did it? Hold up. Let me put this up here. Did he threaten to kill your male cousin who is in the industry? To this day, he's afraid to come out in the media and tell his story. My cousin had a group and Diddy had his henchmen pull guns. Wow. And make him walk away from the contract. Oh my. Oh my Miss Lisa. Oh my God. And that sounds about right. I never was a Diddy fan. When I watched Making a Band and how he would talk to them, I said, baby, I just wouldn't have no music career because I've been told Diddy where he could stick his head at. I've been the one off on Diddy. The way he was talking to them on Making a Band. I was like, who the hell? Yes, Felicia. Felicia makes a great point. He has been hurt his whole life. Like I said, his mom passed away. His sister, when his mom was working, used to abuse him and his brother. He used to be picked on. He used to be bullied and all of that because they didn't have a lot of money growing up, so kids would pick on him about his hair, his clothes, and all of that. Yeah, Miss Lisa. The bodyguard said that Diddy caused Usher to have to go to the hospital, allegedly. So apparently he bust his boy stuff and he had to go to the hospital. So yeah, stuff is real. It's real. Abuse is real. It happens to all of us. I don't care how much money you got, people. You are not exempt from sexual abuse, physical abuse, bullying. You're not exempt from it. You're not exempt. Yeah, you can tell he did the same thing to Justin Bieber. You can tell Justin had went through a very dark time. He was on drugs really, really bad. You can tell he was running from something. I knew when they showed the video of him sucking on Odell Beckham, Lil Peter Weedy on the floor, that he was into the gay activity. Mm-hmm. Because somebody posted the full video. And Odell Beckham with his little self, he shouldn't have had that boy doing it in the middle of the floor. You know? Mm-hmm. It goes deep. What he was doing to a lot of them goes very, very deep. But the question comes again, who did it to Diddy? Diddy was exposed to some dark stuff. In order for him to exhibit that type of behavior, what was he exposed to? What was he exposed to? Did you hear when he's saying never would have made it? I never cried so hard in my life. You can tell he wants the love of Jesus. He feels so ashamed. Yes, I did. I heard that. You could tell. Oh, they say Diddy mom abused him. See? The Disney kids as well. Hey, Emily Love. Welcome to the show. I forgot to text you and let you know I was going live. I've actually forgot to text all of you guys. I had a busy day today. Disney kids are very messed up, especially at boy Orlando. But who would have known he's married with 2 children? So a lot of that he be putting on quite a show, very entertaining. He be just doing stuff. Diddy stole from him. Wow. Diddy stole from him. Wow. That's sad. That's sad. So we just gave the example of R. Kelly and sexual abuse. I'm going to give you guys some bullet points on sexual abuse. And I know you probably have noticed this in a family member, cousin, brothers, the uncle, the daddy, somebody. So sexual abuse is when an adult involves a young person in a sexual activity or uses sexual acts as a way to demonstrate power or authority. Sexual abuse often involves physical contact, but it can also happen without touching. So, let me give you an example for those that don't know what I mean. Sexual abuse is not just physical contact. If you got a grown, tied, tacky adult, yes, without touching, Sabrina, once I tell you, you're gonna be like, oh, okay. You don't have to touch the victim for it to be considered sexual abuse. If your grown tacky tie behind is fondling yourself in front of a child, or you are demonstrating any sexual acts in front of a child, that is considered sexual abuse. You have some that masturbates in front of children. That is considered sexual abuse, because it's still performing a unwanted sexual act. That child ain't asked your trifling behind to pull out your genitals and start playing with yourself. Like, what are you doing? So, I'm going to give you some examples. Touching a young person's genitals or making them touch an adult's genitals. Having sex or trying to have sex with a young person. Taking off a young person's clothes or forcing them to watch as an adult taking off their clothes is, especially in a sexual way. That's what I just said. Excuse me, y'all. That's considered sexual abuse. Making sexual comments about a young person's body. For an example, you tell someone under the age, oh, you fine, your booty is so big. That's considered sexual abuse. What are you talking about? That's a baby. Or for a female to be telling a young guy, oh, your private part is so big. You look good with your shirt off. What are you talking about? Are you kidding me? Making sexual comments about a young person's body. Just what I said. Forcing a young person to watch others have sex. For an example, if you forcing a young person to watch you and your partner have sex, you're out of line. You're out of line. Like, what are you doing? You're sick. You should go to jail as a sexual predator. You're sick. A lot of them will say, well, I didn't touch them. Well, you still did the sexual act. How would you even get aroused by a young person being around? What are you talking about? You're sick. Eventually, you would have touched the child. So you should get the same treatment. So making a young person watch porn, that's another form of sexual abuse, according to the law and medical terminology. If you come home and you tell this child, come on, let's watch this porn, you've committed a sexual abuse act, and you will get a charge of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. See, y'all know, I know law as well as medical. You're going to go to jail, and guess what? You're going to have to register as a sex offender. You won't be considered a violent sex offender, but you're going to have to register. Okay? It's considered sexual acts. Taking pictures of a young person without clothes on, that's considered child pornography. You're going to jail. You're going to jail. Sabrina says, Wow, you know how many times an older person had us watch that stuff? Wow. You know, I've had some older cousins that's done that as well. But child, my mom was so strict, and then my grandmother was a police officer. So I was scared to death. All they had to do was tell me, we finna get Betty Lou, that was her name. And she gonna go put y'all in jail. That's all they had to tell me. Get somebody else to do it. Cause I ain't like whoopings. And my mama tore our ass up. Get somebody else to do it. So you weren't finna let me get caught doing nothing I know I ain't have no business doing, because she was heavy-handed and we got to up. Wait a minute. I watch a lot of videos where grown people be telling a mom how handsome and good looking her son or her sons are, and that's so creepy to me. Very. It's okay to tell your son. Now let's make sure we get an understanding. It's okay to tell your sons that they're handsome, they look nice in their clothes or whatever, because you want to be the first one to let him know his worth, right? As his mother, you want him to know that he's a king and he should never devalue himself. You want him to know that he's handsome, he's worthy, and all of that, right? So it's one thing of being a mother, making sure he know his worth, making sure he knows how his self-esteem should be coming. That's one thing. But when you go to talking about his penis size, oh boy, your thing's so long, or oh, you look so good in them boxers. Are you kidding? Like, what are you talking about? I don't want to see your penis. Now, I'm a girl mom, but I don't want to see your peter weeder. Get on out of here. That's sick. But by all means, if you a boy mom, you tell him how handsome he is, how worthy he is, because he's already born into a disadvantage, especially if he was born as a black male. So it's your job as a mother to encourage him so he'll know his worth. Because when he get out there in that world, he's going to be labeled. He's going to be ridiculed, all because of the color of his skin. So it's your job as his mother to build him up, because the world has already been granted permission to tear him down. But you ain't got no business under his clothes now. That's when you're a little sick. Or you tell him go take his clothes off, you want to see him in his boxers. Are you kidding me? Like, what are you talking about? Are you kidding me? Like saying, I can't wait till you get older. Oh, you going to be tall like your dad and fine too. Yeah, that's inappropriate. That's sexual abuse. That falls under sexual abuse. That falls under those guidelines. Right, we do that, but I tell him to always listen to his gut when he feels uncomfortable. You're right, Sabrina. How many of y'all are boy moms? How many of y'all in the chat are boy moms? It's some sick boy moms on TikTok. I was disgusted when I saw them sexualizing their son. Very much so. I'm not on TikTok that much because I see a lot of weird behavior. That's why my feelings weren't hurt when they banned it. I see a lot of weirdo type buffoonery. Felicia got 3 sons. Queen of Thrones says she got boys and girls. Who else? I only have a little lady. My son passed away. So I would have had more. Oh yeah. 3 sons and 4 girls. Okay, what's the word? You birthed 4 sons and 3 are living. Okay, a lot of y'all got boys. Okay, Miss Candy say she got boy twins. Wow, you got double the pleasure of building your kings up. All of you guys, yes, it's important. Because the world, they already have a disadvantage when they're born into this world. So you definitely want to pour into them. Make sure they know that no matter what mistake they make, they can always call you. You don't want to be one of the mothers where your child make a mistake and you act like you ain't never did nothing. You want to always have that open door so when they get in trouble, they know mama got their back. And also keeping that open dialogue helps them to not become victim to the streets. Because they do know if they make a mistake, they can call their mama and say, hey, mama, I did this here. Can you talk to me? Can you help me out? Can you something? You don't want your kids to think that they're never going to make a mistake because your butt done made mistakes. I've made them. You've made them. Oh, yes, what's the word? It is. It is very hard. It is very hard. You have 6 total. Okay, Miss Lisa. Yeah, because of the loss of my son and the hospital negligence, Destiny will be the only child. Yep, Destiny will be the only child. So how many of you in the chat have lost a child? How many of you in the chat have lost a child, whether it was stillborn, miscarriage, or they may have gotten sick or violence on the streets? Definitely understandable. What's the word? Because you have to be careful where you take them as well. Sometimes they can't go around a whole lot of noise. Noise will trigger them. Different environments will trigger them. So yeah, you definitely have to be really careful where you take them and who you expose them to as well. Queen of Thrones had a miscarriage. I'm with your queen. I had one. I was pregnant with twins. Lost them. I was 5.5 months, and then I had Destiny. And then shortly after that, I lost my son. Yeah, it's a different type of pain when you lose a child, and even when you have a miscarriage, you still that child was still growing inside of you. And how dare you have some real insensitive people that try to make discredit your miscarriage as if you're not supposed to be hurt behind it. Like, how dare you? I will be starting. I actually have started up the group. I just have it on pause. But I am starting a support group for women that has lost a child. I don't find that many groups that are helpful out there that sow into you guys and give you guys encouragement, resources, and all of that. So I am starting a support group for women that have had miscarriage, stillborn babies, all of that. Because the world really discredit women that have had miscarriages as if it doesn't matter, you know. You say, my daughter died from cancer at 19. I'm so sorry to hear that, Miss Lisa. My son was murdered 13 months later. He was 19. My God. You have lost 2 children at the age of 19. You guys send Miss Lisa some hearts, some prayers. It takes a strong woman to continue to stand up when she has lost 2 children she's birthed at the age of 19. Um, I hope that you are surrounded by a lot of love, Miss Lisa. I hope that you are encouraged daily. Um, I hope that you know how special you are. And my heart, I'm sending you a virtual hug and deep condolences to you. And if you ever need to talk, if you ever need to vent, inbox me. Um, because that is definitely something very traumatic to go through. Very traumatic. And I'm sending you my deepest, deepest condolences and prayers to you, love. Oh, too painful. Thank you, Queen Thrones, love. Thank you so much. Yeah, people discredit women with miscarriages, even men that has not educated themselves. If you have a miscarriage, some have the audacity to leave you to deal with that pain by yourself. My ex made that bad decision, and that's why he's my ex. You're very welcome. As I stated, please reach out. Don't hesitate to reach out to me. Um, Definitely. I am going to put my number in here. We do have a prayer circle. I run a ministry as well, y'all. And several support groups, as I stated. One of the support groups I will be adding is for our women that are forgotten about, that has had miscarriages, stillbirths, and all of that. Society really brushes us under the rug. That is my number for y'all that is in the bushes. If you call me playing on my phone, I got a special place for you too. That is my number. That is my private number. If you guys have any questions, need some resources, or just need to talk, I will listen free of charge. I do not charge for my services all the time. Now, I do offer marriage counseling, but because some of them don't need to be married in the first place, I do charge for those sessions. I do charge for those sessions because ain't nobody got time for that. You're very welcome, love. So I'm going to go over different sexual abuse bullet points. So you guys will know. We already went over sexual abuse. Let me go to neglect. Neglect is when a parent or a caregiver fails to meet a young person's basic needs. A safe place to live and clean, weather appropriate clothing. So if you sending your child out, for an example, and it's cold as hell outside, you can hang meat, and you send your baby outside with no coat on and no socks on, the school is more likely going to call Child Protective Services on you. Okay? Ain't no excuse for that. Because they're giving away coats. They're giving away stuff for these babies. And if you send your children out with inappropriate clothing on, the school is going to call DCFS on you. Ain't no way around it. You're going to be getting a call from Child Protective Services. That's what they mean by weather appropriate clothing. Or you send your baby out and it's summertime, 90 degrees, and they got on a bomber jacket, about to pass out. No, we can't. We can't do that. We just can't do that. they're gonna call Child Protective Services on you. Nutritious food. If you are feeding your child beanie weenies, Roman noodles all the time, and they're losing weight, they're looking anemic, they're coming to school saying they're constantly hungry, y'all don't have food. The job of the school first is to call you and ask you, do you need some assistance? Most schools have nutrition program help for the families. Okay? So their first reaction should be not to judge, because food is high as hell. See what I'm saying? Food, eggs is $6. You know what I'm saying? So you can't judge nobody. They might have had to make a decision on paying a light bill or get some food in the house. So you can't judge people if they ain't got no food, especially how high food is, and the electric bill high as hell too. Adequate hygiene, soap, shampoo, and a place to bathe. Now, for you mammies, and I do say mammies, that your little girl or your little boy look raggedy, and you have the audacity to have on a 50-cent piece or whatever they call them, tracks in their head, 34-piece, whatever them is, with some new clothes on, and your babies are busted and disgusted with dirty clothes on, hair ain't combed, you are considered a mammy. They have not bathed or anything, but you call yourself looking cute. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Now, if you have a little girl that's like my 7-year-old, I've been to comb her hair all cute. She's at the stage where she has the audacity to recomb her hair, and it looks a hot mess. But I am allowing her the freedom of expression, unless we're going somewhere very serious, and then I can't let her do that to me and her at the same time. But your children got on rundown shoes and you got on brand new Nikes. Unacceptable. And I see a lot of that here in my city. And she be thinking she looking good, and I give her this look like, are you kidding me? You can't be serious. But yeah, these little girls will set you up now. People be looking upside your head with their part going everywhere, and they looking a mess, and they think you've done it. I quickly say, don't judge me. She's combed her own hair. So get you some business. She has combed her own hair. It is what it is. She combed her own hair, you know. Eventually, she'll get better at it, and it'll look a little better. But for now, it look a mess. Let me catch up with this chat before I move on to more points. Let's see where I left off here. Thank you so much, Candy Kisses. She say I'm so awesome. Thank you so much, Queen. No, I don't play. What's the word? Because, see, people too much try to play with you. I can't let you play with me, and then I ain't going to let you trick me out my spot, so I got 2 places for you. You can go to jail, or you can get that straight jacket. I can tell which one you need by your conversation, whether you need to go to jail or you need some medical assistance, mental medical help. You need one of them, or probably a little bit of both. But either way, you going to get on somewhere playing with me. Felicia said, I love my sister Kim. She's definitely the truth. I love you back, sis. You know we 10 toes down. Miss Lisa, Miss Candy offered her assistance. She said she here if you need to talk, listen, support any way possible. That's great. So, Miss Lisa, you are not alone. Whatever you need to talk, vent, scream, whatever you need to do it. What's the word? I appreciate you, love. Anybody that want to be a mod, please let me know. And when I find where the hell my live video is, I will put you guys as a mod. Wait a minute, Felicia, $10. We won't be eating no eggs. That goes our eggs right there. That's half of my $20 bill. Sometimes I might only have a crispy 20 in my purse. And I can't give it all on eggs, half on eggs. I can't do it. I can't see myself doing it. Miss Lisa say she paid $7.49 for some eggs. Lord have mercy. They fired some here. They fired some here. Queen Throne said her kids' school does a food drive and will love to participate in that. And we love to participate in that. Yes, Destiny School sends home food to all of the kids. They send home food because they have different type of grants and funding. So they send home little beanie weenies, the little box cereal, the little Rice Krispie treats, and some more stuff. Miss Lee say her granddaughter does that. Yeah, they get in there and calm their hair. Hey, let them practice, honey. Yeah, what's the word? Just you don't let nobody trick you out your spot. You done worked hard for. You just simply say, okay, then I tell you what. You can choose jail or the straight jacket. Which one you want? Because if you acting too erratic, I can get you picked up and get you on a 72-hour hold. Which one you want? Either way, you gonna get some playing with me. Either way, because I ain't gonna let you trick me out my spot. You ain't gonna raise my blood pressure. I'm not gonna be taking blood pressure pills. I'm just gonna politely do like one phone call. That's all. That's it. You buy eggs by the box. Where you buy them? Oh, Sam's Club. Okay, I got to renew my Sam's card. I forgot about Sam's. And the way these kids been out of school, this and have been eating me out of house and home. So I definitely need to start utilizing Sam's more better. I definitely need to utilize Sam's more better. That's a good deal for a box. Because I love eggs and Destiny love eggs. I like to make egg omelets with the Spam. I don't know if y'all eat Spam, but I love to cut up me some Spam and some cheese and put it in my egg omelet and make me an egg omelet. Destiny likes her scrambled with cheese on them. But yeah, for a better deal, Sam's Club is definitely where you need to be. Yeah, I need to renew my card. Y'all know it go out every year. Now, I renewed my business one, but I didn't renew my personal one. But somebody said you can use it for both. I ain't never tried that. Oh, one of your daughters eat eggs all day. Yeah, eggs is good for you. Now, if you have high cholesterol, y'all, eggs is one of the things you want to moderize. You don't want to eat eggs, salty stuff, rice, anything starchy. It's almost like a diabetic diet if you have high cholesterol. Yeah, very cost effective. Okay. I need to start back using them. And I wonder, I have a business Sam's card. You say you talking to your kids, thanking God for them. You crying your heart out to them. Yes, you thank your babies. You thank your boys. You thank your little lady that always fix your crown for you. God knew just what you needed, Felicia. God knew you needed your boys, but then God said she also gonna need a girl. She's going to need a girl to help fix her crown when her head is down low. She's going to need one to look after her when sometimes it's hard for you to look out for yourself. See, God knew what he was doing. And so he gave you a mixture of both worlds. But he also gave you that girl. So, and that gave you that grandbaby that you adore, that he won't let you even go take a bath. See, sometimes we look at what we lost or what we don't have or how we was hurt and how we was treated. But then when we begin to open up our eyes just a little bit more, we realize the blessings that God gave us. He took away, but he gave back. So although you lost your mother, Felicia, your mother is inside of you and your baby girl. So you lost, and then he gave you back something more precious than gold. And that was your baby girl and your grandkids and your sons that was born on her birthday and her death day. That was God's way of saying, through death, I give you life. See, I pay attention and I listen and I restore. See, when you love somebody, you pay attention to their hurts, what they love, what they don't like. Anything that harms them or hurt them, you pay attention. So I paid attention when you said that about your boys. So your mom watches over you and your mom lives through your baby girl when she watches over you, loves and protects you and fixes your crown, and you don't even know it. So hold your head up. God got you. See, when you look, despite what the enemy might say, when you look at your kids, you pat yourself on the back. Because although you was a mother that was abused, used, and hurt, you still raised children that's not in jail, not incarcerated, got good manners, not busted and disgusted, not no sexual predators. So you did your job, queen. Pat yourself on the back. And to any queen in the chat that has been a single parent that had to get it out the mud, literally, you pat yourself on the back. So y'all send Felicia some hearts, some love. What's the word say? Thank you for your share, Candy. I talk to my daughters every day. I do worry about my oldest daughter in Mississippi by herself. What you do with that, what's the word? You continue to sow into her life. You make sure you keep in close quarters with her. You make sure she knows that your phone is available to her 24 hours a day. And you continue to lift her up in prayer. You continue to sow into her life. You continue to let her know that you're there for her. And that's all you guys can do. Y'all, I need to detach Streamlabs. I was using Streamlabs. I got to detach Streamlabs from my YouTube. I fell asleep when I was trying to do that, but I need to detach Streamlabs because apparently it's fizzing out some of my comments. That's how you can do, what's the word, is continue to lift her up in prayer. Continue to let her know that you're there for her and whatever she needs. This is why I love you so much. I'm glad God give us what we need. Not when we want it, but when we need it. A lot of times we think we want stuff on our time. I'm guilty of that. I get real frustrated. Sometimes I be like, God, I'm tired of waiting. When is it coming? But see, God gives us what we need sometimes, not what we want. Y'all know I'm not a pillar of mess. I don't do mess at all. I don't do women that downgrade women. I love to inspire my queens. I love to lift you up. I love to be an ear, a shoulder, whatever it is that you may need at the time. I love to do it. I don't like to hear women going against each other, lying on each other, being facetious behind your back, talking behind your back. None of that. I can't stand that, and I can't operate in that. You know what I'm saying? I've had some people tell me some real dark secrets, and we're not even close like that no more, but they've never heard it anywhere else because that's just not how I roll. So God put us in each other's life because God knew what we needed. See, he knew that I was going to need you when the unspeakable happened to me, when I was violated in the worst way. You lended your shoulder. You lended your platform for me to speak my truth. God knew I was going to eventually need that before I knew it. Because had I knew it, I'd have been in jail. You see what I'm saying? Because you don't get to beat me while I'm standing up. You know, we're not going to do that. But God knew I was going to need you. And it's still hard. I'm telling y'all. That was that Zane. I don't know what the Zygo is either, Miss Lisa. That's some StreamYards got. I'm going to go and just totally remove myself from StreamYards. I believe they took off my credit card, so I'm going to politely cancel them because I couldn't figure out their platform. I went back to StreamYards. StreamLab was too a little confusing for me. Hey, Miss Fee, thank you for liking and subscribing and sharing. Thank you so much, love. But yeah, Felicia, you continue to walk by faith and not by sight. I'm here for you whenever you may need me. You know, whenever you need to pray, scream, laugh, whatever it is, I got you. And that's what the world needs now is more love, more genuineness. Okay, Queen Throne, I'm going to show take you up. I like StreamYards better because it shows you guys comments on the stream. I have that option, but I just got frustrated. Hell, I said, let me go back to something easy. The world needs more genuine friendship, more women that want to see you win, more women that want to see you grow. Women that is going to hold you accountable when you wrong, but do it in love. More women that say, hey, wait a minute, friend, that wasn't you. What you did wasn't all, you ain't keep it cute. You know what I'm saying? You ain't keep it cute. I can do it with StreamYard. How I do it with StreamYard, Queen? Hold on, y'all. Destiny. Put Chico up. Now. Don't come in here. Put Chico up. Because I'm getting real tired of him with that barking. Sorry about that, child. I can do it with StreamYards too. Oh, not with StreamYards, but StreamLabs. Yeah. Yeah, I used to love that feature with StreamLabs. But I couldn't figure out how to put my music on there and my videos. Like, I didn't know what I was doing, Queen Thrones. I'm going to have to get with you on the back end because I didn't know what the hell I'm doing. And I ain't shamed them yet. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. Miss Lisa say it be those old snakes that are the worst snakes. You know, when you old and messy, you real tired and tacky. When you get to a certain age, you should have been grown out of certain habits when you're a woman. When you reach a certain age, being messy and distasteful and foolish, you should hold up, y'all. Destiny. Just leave him alone. Oh. See, yeah, you got to school me on that because yeah, y'all Queen Thrones got her graphics real nice. I was on her live. I was looking. I say, oh shit, I wouldn't begin to know how to do this here. But yes, it be the old snakes, you know, the older women. Destiny. Miss Felicia said hello, Destiny. Destiny. Miss Felicia said hello. She said hi. Hi, Miss Blueberry. Hello. Yes, Queen Thrones, baby. She had her stuff on fleek. I thought I was in the movie theater. I said, oh, hell. What do we have here? I commented on one of her other ones, too. She got it together. She got it together, honey. She messing with that puppy, y'all. She lying. She to my she harassing him, and he only 1 year old, but he act like an old dog. He don't like to be bothered. He like to just watch TV and fall asleep. And she in there with that noise, so it done pissed him off. We should all want to see each other win, fix each other's crown, and help each other to the top. That's exactly right. If you had more women that try to fix each other's crowns, see each other to the top, the world will be a better place for you and for me. You have a lot of women that's jealous hearted, that's envious, that's lie, you know, and full of shit. You see what I'm saying? Like, you know, we got to do better. We got to do better. When we know better, we have to do better. And if you at a certain age, you in your 40s and you messy, it's time to reevaluate yourself. I say it again. If you in your 40s and you still messy, creating division, talking about people, bullying, it's time to evaluate who you are as a person. Because when you become older, wiser, certain traits should leave you. Certain traits should no longer be becoming of you. And please, please, please don't be one of them church folks and messy. Because how dare you? And them church folks be the main ones running to these Facebook streets, YouTube streets of real life, having the audacity to be messy, talking about people. They love to talk about backsliders. But wait a minute. One, you just dropping it low in the club, but you talking about me not being in church, but you just dropped it low and picked it back up and left some down there while you was down there too? I see that. I don't even know what Zylago. I don't even know what the hell that is. So if you have them church folks, they be the main ones that is messy. You know what I'm saying? Be judgmental. Like, you ain't seen me in church. Ask me why you haven't seen me. I may be struggling with something. Let's talk about it instead of calling me a backslider. Let's talk about why you hadn't seen me. Let's talk about it. Let's have a conversation. Because I just seen you in the club with your Sunday's best on, dropping it low and picking it back up, like I said, and leaving a little bit down there. And didn't I just see you with somebody else's husband? Girl, cut your foolishness out. But you got the nerve to talk about me being a backslider. So none of us is perfect. My point to saying all that is none of us is perfect, right? When you're moving in the flesh, you're never going to be perfect. You're never going to reach perfection. But you ain't got no heaven or hell to put nobody in. So stop acting like you holier than thou when you dropping it fast, shaking it fast, spinning are you doing something strange for a little piece of change? You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of them be doing something strange for a little piece of change. You know? just to get the light bill paid, you know. So, you say, or at the lottery machine. That's what I'm saying. Or at video poker, because I know I play video poker and I see a lot of church folk up in the video poker place. And y'all don't come for me, because you know I know some of y'all. Yeah. Y'all be at the video poker place getting it in. But got the nerve to be talking about, ooh, I ain't seen you at church in a while. Hell, I don't want to see you. Cause you doing all this here, but you ain't seen me at church. Hell, you seen me at the video poker place though. You understand me? And then let's address you having a husband and your husband having half of the congregation. Let's talk about that. So that's why I say I can address a lot of things on people having the audacity to speak on other people when you got to get that broom and that damn dustpan and sweep around your own front door before you try to sweep around somebody else's. But the church folks be the messiest folks. We got to keep it real. And I'm saved. I believe in the word of God, but I also like to call out the buffoonery of our people that's with the buffoonery and the mess. Y'all, I went to a Frankie Beverly and Mays tribute concert. It was so many church folks up in there. One of the pastor's wife had on a come and get me outfit. The first lady with her booty showing, her what they call it, her pee print showing. Girl, I can't take you serious. You're not gonna lead my soul straight to hell with you. But that's gonna be a subject for another day. The church folks. We gotta talk about it. And believing having a husband is a flex while being a messy. Yeah. Yes, we have that. We just cannot do that. I ain't judging, Tiara. I'm just talking about these women that has the audacity to judge. I ain't judging. I'm calling out the people of the word of God. If you in the word, you shouldn't be of the word. I just said a handful of that. You should be encouraging, not criticizing, especially when you dropping it low and picking it back up yourself. How dare you? Tiara is my friend, Miss Felicia. She just trolling. She just trolling, meddling. But she know how I get. I talk about them because I don't like people that is hypocrites. I'm not a hypocrite. Take me as I am. I lie to have me a lemonade today, and I might have me. I know, I see, but yeah, Tiara Scott is one of my friends. She's also, when we get to the second part, is gonna come up and tell her story, you guys. So you guys show her some love. She is not feeling well. She's actually getting better, but she's not feeling well, and she's graced me with her presence. So you guys show her some love. Tiara, I will be getting to the second part of the show. We digressed a little bit because we had to talk about some of these folks that have the audacity to be acting as if they are holier than thou and judging. You know, we have a lot of judgmental people. Hold on, let me text this other girl to see if she's coming. So if not, I can go on with the show. Yeah, my guy that he watching. He say he loved my hat and he loved my song. Y'all, let me tell y'all something. Pops, if you can hear me, let me tell y'all about genuine love. Let me tell y'all about genuine love real quick. Let me digress. I'm a daddy's girl. My biological father decided after my mom no longer wanted to deal with his trifling behind, his cheating, and his lies. Hold up, y'all. I'm finna call him because I'm finna tell him something I've never told him before. Hold on, y'all. Oh, Miss Lisa, I'm on to address that, baby. Hey, Pops, are you still listening? I'm good. How are you? Thank you. I didn't feel like curling my hair, so I had to put on my hat. I put this bling on the hat. Are you still listening? Because I'm finna say something to you. All right. Go back on it real quick. He done hung up. He finna go back on there, y'all. He said he like my hat. Yeah, them first ladies, baby, they was in there with they come get me outfits on, baby, up in there to listen at them some Frankie B, baby. They had on they come get me outfits, and when they looked at me and my sister, they got a little shamed in the face. Because, like I said, me and my sister run a ministry, and we know all of them, especially my sister. And so they got a little shame, tried to drop their head. Too late. We done seen you in your come get me outfit, baby, bookie butt. So you ought to not be talking about nobody backsliding or nobody's business because you in here showing it all, risking it all. As I was saying, y'all, when I was 10 years old, my biological father, and I know a lot of you guys listening may be able to relate. I was very close with my father and was very hurt when he left. He was one of them men when my mom no longer wanted his tie tacky behind to put up with his foolishness, his cheating, his narcissist behavior. He decided he was leaving me too. So I met my mom started dating another man. And when I say, guys, this man is awesome. This man is everything. He used to take me everywhere he goes. He used to love on me. You could not tell that he's not my biological father. Now, I was blessed to have several godparents, godfathers, two I'm very close with. And he holds a special place in my heart. And he used to, whatever I say I wanted, he used to make sure I got it. I wanted a big wheel. He went and got it. Yeah, I remember them ugly Cabbage Patch dolls. I told him I wanted a Cabbage Patch doll. He made sure he got it. I remember as a child, one of the saddest memories that I've ever had as a child is when him and my mother broke up. I remember my mom crying. Now, my mom was a bit of a player, y'all. She played no games with these men. So I never saw her cry behind a man, but she cried when he left. He had an addiction problem, and so my mom no longer can tolerate it. But she never stopped loving him. And I remember seeing him when he had his addiction, and I remember crying like a baby. So, long story short, as an adult, we came back in contact with each other. And now he is just my heart. I love him so much. But that's an example of a man. His family is a stand-up family. They've always been there for our family. And that is an example of a stand-up man that stands in the gap for children that are hurt, lost, abused. I would call him before I would call my biological father. I just had to share that story with y'all because he was looking and listening. But I want you to know, Pops, I love you. I adore you. I thank you for standing in the gap for a little old black gal like me, for loving me unconditionally, always there for me, and loving me even to this day. And I'm your grown baby now. But I thank you for loving my mom the way that you did. You showed me how a man's supposed to love a woman. I never seen this man yell at my mom. I never seen him hurt her. Anything she wanted, he gave to her. And I want to thank you for being the example of how a man's supposed to love a woman. And I want you to know I forgive you. Because drugs is an addiction, y'all. And I love you. Okay? And thank you for being there through it all. Thank you for being there through it all. Our black men don't get enough credit when they're good. Not all black men are bad. Not all black men are abusers. Not all black men are scum. I never seen him with another woman. I never seen him cheat on my mama. He treated her like a queen. The only issue was the substance abuse. And I honestly think had he not had the substance abuse problem, they'd have been married into her death. He's an awesome man. And I thank God for you, Pops. I love you. And keep watching. And I hope your baby girl is making you proud. All right, child. So, we were on neglect. See, you got to give people their flowers while they still here. You got to let a person know how much they mean to you while they still can appreciate them. So when he just texted me and told me, baby girl, I'm watching. I love your hat. I love your song. I had to sew into him because I want him to know that he's loved and he's someone special. I see him and I appreciate him. We have to do that more to our black kings because, again, they come into this world with a disadvantage. And not all of them are abusers, liars, cheaters, manipulators, or scum of the earth. And so when we find the good ones, we have to make sure that they know that they are good, they are loved, they are worthy, and they are appreciated. Because the world is not going to tell them that. They're going to tell them everything they're not. And so that's why it's important as mothers. That's why I asked all you guys in the audience who are boy moms. It's important that we pour into our men. It's important that we tell them how good they are. It's important that we give them an example of how a woman's supposed to be treated. So when they get older, they don't treat women like scum. It's important that we show our daughters also the example of how a man's supposed to treat a woman. So they will not get into a relationship and think it's okay to be abused, used, treated like scum, or treated beneath her worth. That's why we got to tell our children, never be out here being a penny looking for a dime. You got to be your worth if you want your worth. So I don't even expose my little lady to these sucker men. Because I don't want her to think it's okay to be a manizer, to manipulate men, to play games and all of that. I want her to have a choice when she gets older. I want her to know what a man supposed to be doing, how a man's supposed to treat her. And I also treat her hard work and ethics because I don't want her to go in thinking a man owe her anything but respect. See, a lot of us miss our own blessings because we go in thinking we owed something. And from the get-go, the first thing we're owed is respect. I don't want a man providing me everything if he's not going to give me respect. What's the use of having everything when I'm disrespected? I'll take respect over material things any day. And that's our job as parents. So I just wanted to sow into him a little bit, show him a little love, y'all. Like I said, my mom met him when I was a itty bitty little old girl. I'm 40-ish now. You know, a girl never tells her age. I'm 40-ish. And he was there. He stood in a gap for me. So we talked about negligent. Felicia, can you text anti-violence and ask her what she coming on before I get to the second segment? Neglect. We talked about neglect. We talked about adequate hygiene, soap, place to bathe. Felicia says she 50-ish. She 50-ish. Yeah, y'all don't tell y'all age. Y'all say y'all-ish. You know, the girl never tells. Okay, y'all are at y'all truck driver son house. Okay, Miss Lisa. Yeah, you want to point to your kings. You want to make sure they know their worth so they can know when they meet a little old Jezebel out here, they know they ain't got to put up with that buffoonery. You know, because some of these girls weren't raised right and they come into a relationship broken and they'll mess the sons up. They'll mess your babies up. I'm telling you now. So it ain't just females got to watch out for these men. Y'all boys got to watch out for these old Jezebels that's broken, busted, and disgusting. So we talked about adequate hygiene. Neglect is a lack of supervision and guidance, which means if you leave your 8-year-old at home by themselves, you're in error. You're going to jail. Leaving your 8-year-old at home because you want to go to the club is unacceptable behavior. It's called child neglect. You will be arrested if people find out. Or the house or something catches on fire while you gone and you done left them babies home. Oh, baby, you gone on down to the jail. Ain't nothing you gonna be able to say or do. Leaving your child in the car when it's hot or cold, whenever the temperature is. And you do it without even thinking. Like, for an example, you leave the car running or you leave the windows down and you run into the gas station. You didn't intend to be neglectful, but you've neglected your child by leaving your child alone, especially if they're underage. So we have to be mindful of that, okay? I'm about to go check this noise that Destiny got going on, y'all, and I'll be right back. I'm going to play my song again, y'all. Just
put a smile on your face through the highs and lows, the laughter and the tears. I'll be by your side, dissolving all your fears. In the breeze of summer nights under starlit skies, we'll share our secrets, no need for disguise. With each whispered promise, our bond becomes strong. In a sisterhood of ours, we always belong. When storms start to gather and skies turn gray, we'll find shelter together, come what may. For unity's embrace, we discover our might. Side by side we'll conquer till morning light. With every heartbeat echoing the songs of old. Our connection's timeless, a story to be told. Through festival grounds where laughter's abound, we'll dance to the rhythm of love we found. So here's to us and the journey we share, a friendship unbreakable beyond compare. For when life gets tough and dreams seem far away, together we'll rise and greet each new day. In this soulful harmony that binds us tight, our sisterhood shines with a radiant light. With every note we sing and every dream we chase, we'll lift each other higher in this sacred space. Sacred space. In the heart of the city where dreams intertwine, sisterhood's a melody, a rhythm so divine. When the world feels heavy and shadows start to fall, I'll be there to lift you through it all. In the glow of the sunrise, our spirits take flight. Together we're unstoppable, shining through the night. With every step we take, hand in hand we'll go. In this dance of life, our love will always flow. When your crown feels heavy, slipping from your grace, I'll be there to steady, put a smile on your face. Through the highs and lows, the laughter and the tears, I'll be by your side, dissolving all your fears. In the breeze of summer nights, under starlit skies, we'll share our secrets, no need for disguise. With each whispered promise, our bond becomes strong. In the sisterhood of ours, we always belong. When storms start to gather and skies turn gray, we'll find shelter together, come what may. For in unity's embrace, we discover our might. Side by side we'll conquer till morning light. With every heartbeat echoing the songs of old, our connection's timeless, a story to be told. Through festival grounds where laughter's abound, we'll dance to the rhythm of love we found. So here's to us and the journey we share, a friendship unbreakable beyond compare. For when life gets...
Okay, y'all, I am back. Baby, she was in there beating like she had some drums. She sang, I'm going to tell my story one day. My oldest son's girlfriend's sister set him up to be killed. She was jealous of her sister's relationship with my son. My God. Yeah, she was in there like she had some. Is this girl steal my drink or what? Destiny. Y'all, Destiny is a hot mess, y'all. My child, my child, my child. Hold on, y'all. I missed some. Wait a minute, what? Hold on, y'all. Just a second. How dare them? I just saw it. How dare them? Sis, do what you have to do, but just know the enemy sent that for you to do that. I love you, though. I'll be here for you. You know I love you. Whatever you decide to do, but just know the enemy sent that for you to do just that. How dare them? And it's a special place. What the hell? I'm sorry, y'all. She had the nerve to come in here and take my juice and drink it like it was hers. Yes. Felicia, are you still here? If you are still here, say something in the chat. Let me text you. I'm for the text you. Hold on. I'm telling her to come back. I got a message for her. Yeah, they doing too much. It's real sick and it's real. She has been doing great at ignoring them. And it's real wrong. I would like to know who doing it because I got 2 places. Then what did I tell you? How many places I got for people that's doing stuff like that, y'all? How many places do I have for them? I got 2 places for them. All right, Felicia says, you know, I support you with whatever that you do, but I just want to give you some love. You are a queen. You are a beautiful queen. You have been through a lot. You have been doing a good job ignoring them. Whatever you decide to do, if you rocking, I'm rolling. But I want you to know they don't even deserve you, period. Them hoes are bottom of scum. The audacity. Because see, unity don't care. When you walking in unity and you walking in light, it doesn't matter what he say, she said. Unity is unity. You understand what I'm saying? And don't allow anybody to trick you out your spot. Now, I say that with love because I know how it feels to be picked on. I also know when you have dealt with a lot, you're tired. But just know that is exactly what they did that for. Because without Pretty Queen Fee, they have no motion in the ocean. They bottom scum. Don't you think for a second they didn't know that you were doing something constructive and in love? And see, that's what the enemy does. He sit back and he watch and say, let me see how I can get her today. Let me figure out how I'm going to be able to get her today. I'm going to help you be left alone. For the ones that's in the bushes, I know y'all be in the bushes because I go back and watch my analytics. So I know y'all come on here and take a peek. But y'all know Dr. Kimberly is not the one to play with at all. So I'm going to say this to you guys. If I see you, if I know who you are, I got 2 places for you, and it's jail or the hospital padded room. That is considered harassment. She has asked to be left alone. She has now been contacted more than 4 times. So I will be finding the state that you reside in and get the property authorities involved. I will show her everything she needs to know to get you gone out of these YouTube streets and these Facebook streets. She has been through enough. Leave her the hell alone. Y'all are some bottom feeding, miserable 304s that don't deserve to even have your name spoken. She has been through enough. You have to be going through something seriously emotionally to think it's okay to continue to pick at someone that has bowed out gracefully. Why don't you guys try tricking and picking on someone that got you? Play with me. And you playing with somebody I love, so let's play. Let's play. She doesn't deserve to be continued to be victimized. You have a spot in hell for your behavior. But you're a weak, bottomless scum to be continuing to do her that way. She doesn't deserve it. We all have made mistakes. Whatever she may have done, she has apologized for her transgressions, and the people that she has wronged has forgave her, and everybody is moving on. But you bottomless, pitless whores. Some of you either have been abused, neglected, rejected, or bullied as kids, or even as in adulthood. You're suffering from depression, oppression, or some form of jealousy. And it's not okay to continue to do this queen, this mother, this grandmother, the way that y'all are doing. So while I'm watching Tubi, the low budget and the good budget movies, I'm going to be in these YouTube streets, and I'm going to see who it is. And I'm politely get my people involved to get your location. And we're going to get some of you bullies where you need to be. It's not okay. I was the type coming up in school, I used to beat up the bullies. Well, to the point, they didn't even suspend me. They used to just keep me in the office and call my mama and tell my mama she didn't beat up somebody else again. I don't do bullies. Sis, block them and keep the messages. Block them and keep the messages. Keep the messages, because we got something for them. See, y'all can play with your children, but see, I have the resources available to get you on out of here. Thank you so much, J Bands. How you doing, love? Nobody deserves to be picked on constantly when they've asked you to leave them alone. This woman has been through enough. And again, she's apologized to the people that she needs to apologize to. You bottomless, nothing having to do people, get you something to go and do. Go read a book, take a look, or come on over here and learn something. Come get you some healing. Come get you some help. Our people are the worst ones. How dare you question her about what she do? She grown. She already said she 50-ish. Y'all ain't nobody's mama. Y'all cheering with y'all. Don't be trying to toddler her. Who the hell do y'all think y'all are? She's not a toddler. Well, you know what? What's the word? I'm not even going to say her name, because I don't say people names that don't deserve their name to be spoken. Anybody that bullies, hurts, or try to defame someone in any way, I don't say your name. I don't speak your name, because you don't deserve for me to speak your name. I don't know that lady. Now I was a subscriber and a follower way back then, but when I seen the buffoonery, I quickly put that push that unsubscribe button, because again, I don't follow anybody that does not match my spirit, my ethics, my love that I share. And anytime you turn on somebody when you go through something and you start telling they deep dark secrets, you were never my friend in the first place. Because even when we disagree, love gonna show up. I'm gonna say that again. Even in our disagreement, the love gonna show up. For an example, I didn't like when Felicia was so upset she was yelling and screaming, but I still showed up. I'll come in and say, hey, sis, I'll send my cash app. Because, see, they were trying to bully me out of my cash apps. But, see, me, I'm petty. I start sending more. I start sending cash apps and super chats. Because you're not going to trick me out of my hard-earned money, honey. I work for it, not you. And apparently, you on here trying to get paid on the 23rd by picking at a woman that's done with you. Your money must ain't mathing no more. The math ain't mathing. So you got to come up with some content just to get a little motion. See, I ain't here for a paycheck. I'm here to bless someone, encourage someone, fix a crown, make sure they know that they're not in this world alone. I ain't here for a paycheck. The money will be nice. I don't know nobody that don't like money, but that ain't my motive. God gave me an assignment, and until he closed my eyes permanently, I'm going to complete the assignment. And what I'm not going to do is go back and forth with some bottom and feeders that's beneath me. Period. If you don't own property, me and you can't argue. Okay? If you don't got 6 figures, me and you can't have no conversation if you bullying somebody. If you haven't been a blessing to someone on a day, we can't have a conversation. We ain't the same. So, leave her alone or choose your 2 options: jail or the mental institution. And just because you're hiding behind this YouTube street keyboard, you can be found out who you are. And you will be found out who you are. There's laws to protect against that. And she got friends that standing 10 toes down for her, so she ain't got to do nothing but just stand. When y'all start disappearing one by one, she'll know that her friend wasn't playing with y'all ass. Leave her alone. She's been through enough. Hey, Retta. How you doing, love? We're going to stop the buffoonery. Here, go get y'all something to do. Go get you another hobby, because your YouTube career is about to be over with. Anytime you have no content but bullying and harassing, you ain't no content creator. Anytime all your content is harassment, you ain't no content creator. Because you should be able to talk about something else. Go sit down somewhere and come over here, learn how to be nice, learn how to deal with your childhood trauma or your adult trauma, because it got to be either one that puts you in a mind frame to play with people and bully people, harass people, and hurt people. Come over here and learn you a thing or two. I'm great, Retta. I'm feeling I got a little agitated because some people is harassing Felicia, but we got 2 places for them, and that's either jail or the straitjacket. Yeah. We got 2 choices, jail or the straitjacket. Whichever they decide, it can be arranged expeditiously, honey. Keyboard bullies will find out just how soft and mushy you are when the real hitters come for you. And I ain't talking about no violence or nothing. Just a hello, this is the police. Come with me. I'm not going to yell and go back and forth. I'm just going to simply follow my amendment rights before the orange man take them away. I'm going to follow all amendment rights and put you where you need to be because you're playing with your children. You're not playing with nobody over here. And you're not going to be bullying nobody over here. Period. Now go play with your children. Now back to the schedule thing that we were doing. And don't come over here in the bushes because my mind will get you out of here. You come in here playing disrespectful to any of the ladies or gentlemen in here, we will escort you out of here. And then I'm going to find out where you at and let you know this ain't what you want to do. You don't come over here and be disrespectful or do anything. And if you do it more than 4 times in my city, that's considered harassment, and I get you on out of here. You are not a content creator if you need motion. You need disrespecting back and forth. See, I am motion. I have motion in real life. I'm real, so people genuinely love me. And for you bushwatchers, I served 7 years in law enforcement. And guess what? I'm still commissioned. For the ones that don't know, oh, what does commission means? I have the same credentials as law enforcement that wear the suit. I still have the same credentials. I get certified every year to keep my same credentials. And I can do that up until I'm 45 years old. So, if you're playing with me, I would think twice about playing with me or playing with anybody that is connected with me, that I love and support. Nobody's perfect. None of us are perfect. And we all have made mistakes. And Felicia has apologized to everyone she has wronged. They have forgave her. They have made amends. And you don't get to tell her who she make amends with. Go sit the hell down, okay? Go sit on down. You don't get to tell her like you her parent who she can make amends with. We're not going to do that. And you don't get to keep bullying her either. So, from this day forward, those that are doing that, think about it. And go ahead and make your choice, jail or the straitjacket. Okay? Because we're not doing that. Anybody I support, I see you over there doing that, I'm going to be documenting. So every one of y'all that's being harassed, I know what Felicia is. Please let me know what state you in so I know what your state laws is so we can get these bullies on out of here. Hey, anti-violence love. Yeah, special place in hell for you fools. Let me see. Hello, Dr. Kim and chat. I've said the same thing. Many of these people content is content. It is harassment and bullying. Correct. We did, anti-violence talked about the harassment and bullying. You guys really should have paid attention to the first live that me and anti-violence did, because it really would have distracted you from this type of behavior. We gave you the 411 on what is to come especially if I see it. Because if I'm supporting you, I'm not even going to stay in your chat if you want some buffoonery. If you harassing people lying and unhinged, I can't even listen at you. It make me uncomfortable. And I can tell if you unhinged. I'm just going to politely document and get you on out of these YouTube streets and off this, because you're a danger to yourself and you're a danger to the community. You are an adult bully. That's what I'm going to start putting in your chat, adult bully. An adult bully. And leave out of your chat, adult bully. And I wouldn't give a flippity flop what your people, your minions got to say. You're an adult bully. And I can back it up with medical terminology that you are a definition of an adult bully. And whoever supports that is an adult bully as well. Because anybody that does not partake in that type of behavior will not be able to listen at an adult bully. They will not be able to listen at an adult abuser. So I see when I got on that subject, the views went up some. So I'm going to tell y'all, let me introduce myself. Let me fix my little jacket a little bit. Let me introduce who I am. To my friends, I'm just simply Kim. Kimberly. Tiara teases me sometimes and call me Kimberly. To the ones that are abusers, liars, manipulators, con artists, I am Dr. Kimberly Wilson. My resume speaks for themselves. My accolades are impeccable. And it ain't no goddamn internet degrees either. My student loan shows for that. Okay? So, I embody self-love, respect. You damn sure gonna put some respect on my name, or I'm gonna get them two things involved in your life. Over here on this platform, Fixing Crowns, we respect each other, we bless each other, and we upgrade each other. We don't degrade over here. We don't bully. And we don't make fun of people that has been through the fire and learn how to dance in the rain. We don't do that over here. Because it takes a lot for people to went through some of the things that some of these queens over here have been through and even show up. So you don't get to put your mouth on somebody that has learned to overcome even through the storm. Or you get the two places that's guaranteed for you. So I hope I make myself clear. I ain't to be played with. Play with your children. Play with their toys. Okay? So, back to the subject. We went over neglect. The last part of neglect is education, ensuring that your children attend school or receive homeschooling. You know, they tried to come after me because Destiny was having some issues at school with not going to school. I had to get them straight and get her paperwork, but they will come after you for that. Also, if y'all don't know, they get a check for your kids being at school. So they're going to want to know where your children are because they get grants based on how many students attend their school. Okay? So they're going to try to find out because if they're not there a certain amount of days, they don't get that funding for their child. Mm-hmm. So, what's the word say? 18 views, 50 likes. Thank y'all for hitting the like button. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all for everybody that couldn't stay, that came through. Hit that like button. Thank you to the Bush watchers that's watching and keeping it respectful. We appreciate y'all because you have made a choice. You don't want those two things that's guaranteed to happen to you if you play with me. So you made a choice to keep it respectful, and we appreciate you for making a choice to keep it classy and not trashy, okay? Thank y'all so much. Yay, we're going to applaud y'all. All right, so emotional support. Parent caregiver talks to their children and shows interest and affection. So basically, you don't want to be one of them parents that's always on your phone. Your child is needing to eat. You haven't cooked dinner. The child hungry. The child need help with his homework, he or she, and you tell them to figure it out. You're always caked up in your room. You don't know what's going on with your child, what they're doing. That is considered neglect. That is considered neglect. Felicia, my beautiful sis, are you okay? Y'all, I can't take word for flip since I got these nails on. Thank you so much. What's the word? And I love you back. But that is neglecting their emotional support, not helping them, not making sure that they have the things that they need. If they run out of bath soap, if you telling them to just bathe in the water or not bathe at all, that is neglect of their emotional support. Because if they're going to school smelly, they're going to be bullied and picked on and all of that. Medical care. Basic preventative care, such as going to the dentist, doctor, regular trips to the doctor when children are sick, hospital visits for medical emergencies. It's important that your needs are met. You deserve to be loved and cared for. That's what I just said. Y'all, so my pops, he did hear what I said. He did hear what I said, child. But yeah, medical care. If you don't take them to the doctor, say they got the chicken pox or just random may have the flu and they running fever and you fail to take them to the doctor and they end up passing away because you didn't take them to the doctor when they had a fever that wouldn't break, you're going to jail for child neglect. So abuse caused by other family members. This is violence can happen in many different family relationships. It's not always between parents or caregivers or children. If you're being hurt, abused by someone in your family, sibling, cousin, aunt, uncle, grandparent, etc., talk to a safe adult or call kids help phone at 1-800 668-6868. Let me put that up there real quick, y'all. Let me put this number up here. And I forgot to put if you want to bless the house as well. But let me put this up here because this is definitely needed. Anti-violence, you probably have this number too. But let me put this up here just in case somebody watching the replay and they know somebody that needs this number. Call this number. You also can call your local DCFS hotline number as well. But this is the national number, but your local DCFS has a number for abuse as well. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, those are all of the numbers, y'all. Those are the National Domestic Violence Hotline number. That is the bullying. You can text 988. The kids help phone. You can dial 1-800-668-6868. And if you want to bless the host, I'm the host. You can. My other Cash App got hacked. Yes, definitely. Heavy on a safe adult. A safe adult that you trust that is not going to be with the buffoonery. Not one of them women that's so in love with the man that you go and tell them and they want to keep the man so they not going to believe your story. Or they know your story is true, but they don't care because they want to keep that old trifling pedophile. You don't want to go and tell one of those adults. Or you go tell a man that wants to keep that woman that's abusing your daughter or your son, and they rather keep the woman than to listen and know what you're telling is the truth. Don't go to them adults. And I think we all know some of those adults. Mm-hmm. Okay, so do anybody have any questions? I'm also going to tell you guys on common feelings with abuse. Everyone that has been abused, these are the common. Oh, okay, Felicia. I just wanted to make sure you was okay. I text you. Common feelings with abuse. Your living with abuse can affect the way you think about yourself, your family, your future. Abuse can trick you into telling yourself stories that are untrue, which can prevent you from getting help. Abuse can affect the way you feel too. The emotions caused by abuse can be complicated. You may not be sure what you're feeling. Here are some examples. Guilty. I know it was at least partially my fault. I should have been able to stop it. If I only had helped out more. Why did he hurt my siblings and not me? Those are some of the guilty feelings. For an example, when I was a victim of domestic violence, I felt guilty because of all of my training, my position. I said to myself, I should have been able to stop him. Why wasn't I able to stop him? So those are different feelings of feeling guilty. Ashamed. It's so humiliating. People will think I'm weird. Everyone will think it's my fault for not stopping it. Our neighbors will look down on my family. Those are the ashamed feelings. You also go through anger. You ask yourself, why me? Nothing ever goes right for me. This just proves it. I must be being punished. You think about your abuse as being punished. You then start feeling like you hate everything. You might go through being afraid. You might say, if I tell the police, he will hurt me more. He or she will hurt me more. Child Protection Services is going to separate me from my sibling. I'll be placed in foster home where things will be even worse. I'll never find someone to care about me again. That's another afraid feeling you might feel. Confused. Maybe the abuse isn't really that bad. Sure, he or she was violent, but he can also be really nice and fun. You start trying to think about the good in the person. You start trying to take bits and pieces to kind of not make you feel so bad. So the abuse will confuse you. You also go through, I know she loves me. I know he or she loves me. He or she just doesn't know how to show it. I find that to be very prevalent among domestic violence survivors. You say, well, I know he hurt me but he loved me and he just don't know how to show it. A lot of battered women have said this. If I don't tell things, we'll get better. You start thinking, if I don't tell, they'll probably just end up stopping. Or you say, maybe I'm remembering this wrong. Maybe they really didn't do that. That may have just been my subconscious, but that really didn't happen. Rejected. They may also well have given me away. He or she must not care about me at all. Why didn't he try to protect me? That's the other parent or person that's there that didn't help you. Those are the different feelings that you go through. You go through worthlessness. If I was normal, he or she wouldn't be doing this to me. I'm so stupid. I can't please anyone. No wonder he or she doesn't want me in the house. I'm such a mess. I'm ruined forever. Right? Or you start feeling betrayed, which is the last emotion. How can they do this to me? He or she promised me they'll never hit me again. What a liar. He or she loves using drugs more than he or she loves me. So those are all the different emotions. Hello, Brittany. Welcome to the show. That is all the different emotions that you go through. So have anybody been abused and went through feeling rejected, confused, afraid, angry, guilty? Guilty is one of the common feelings with abuse, whether it's domestic violence, sexual abuse, physical abuse, whatever, psychological abuse, is one of the main emotions. Hello, is that Downton? Tiara, did you feel any of those emotions? Hello, Hattie. How you doing, love? Welcome. Trying to see is my other guest on. So, do anyone have any questions? Before I let me grab the link as well. That is the link, anti-violence. Did you have anything you wanted to add about the different emotions of abuse? If you want to come up, here is the link. It is in the chat. We are about to move on to our second part of our show. That is where our victims get to come on and use their voice to talk about what they have experienced. Again, whether it's a male or a female, it is very hard to speak your truth. It also is so courageous, a step in your healing process. You do not have to cam up. You can just use your voice. In the event you do not want to tell your story and you want me to narrate it for you, I have done that. I've done that for the cardiologist that was sexually abused by his mother. So you have several options. Also, you do it in love and respect, and no one can tell your story better than you. Okay? So, Tiara, are you here? Was anybody else in the chat planning on telling their story tonight? So I can get you in the lineup. Let me see what she is. All right, Felicia sis. And I know your butt gonna go live and I'll be on there. I know. All right, I'm gonna drop the link for her again. Oh, that's anti-violence. Anti-violence.
Hello, Kim. How are you, Dr. Kim? How are you today?
I'm blessed. How you doing?
I am doing great. You did a really good job with the emotions. I believe that people that experience domestic or sexual violence go through, but just really reiterating. I've been working today. I was working on a mental health presentation that I am getting ready to do at a church, and just really realizing that violence it can be the cause of some of the mental health issues that people experience.
I agree. I agree. Violence and childhood trauma, what they've seen, if they've been in a home where fighting was deemed to be okay. If a guy young man seen his mom or seen his father being abusive and never told that there was wrong behavior, then they definitely run a higher risk or becoming of an abuser themselves.
And I often mention, I know there's a statistic out there that about 85% of children that grow up in homes where they witness abuse either become abused or become the abuser. And so there's many, many studies out there to show that um, abuse is learned typically in your home environment.
Yes, yes, indeed. It is learned behavior. Just like a child don't come out being racist. Kids typically play with kids. They don't see color. So when a kid say, "Well, I don't like this little white girl or this little black girl," that's taught behavior because they're not programmed that way.
Correct. You
So
got a
y'all
guest.
stop.
You have a guest coming up.
She was supposed to come up and tell her story.
I do want to apologize to y'all too that I wasn't here earlier. In this field, I know Dr. Kim probably knows. They are very good at drilling in our heads to practice self care. I listen to people's traumas on a daily basis and supporting them. And in doing so, I have to make sure that I am also taking care of myself and that I'm resting and just taking care of my overall well-being as well, so that I don't experience compassion fatigue and vicarious trauma and get burnt out and then want to leave my profession. So I was resting because it's been a long week.
Oh, I definitely understand, and I really appreciate you giving me some of your time. Time is the most precious gift that you can give someone because time is something that cannot be renegotiated. Once it's lost, it's lost. Time is something that can't be bought with money. And so when someone give you their time, you definitely want to respect that because that's time off their life that they will never ever be able to get back. So I definitely appreciate you. I'm going to put my number in the chat, anti-violence. So you can call me at any time. I also have some more topics coming up that definitely will need your expertise. The guest is getting some blood work done. She should be done in just a minute, and then she'll be coming up. Just to give you guys a brief synopsis on what she's been through. She was raped by her father. Um, she's another one that was raped by her father. Shamiko told her story last time. She was supposed to come up again. She has not responded to me, so I'm not sure if she's coming up. But she was I believe raped by her father, and she was victimized because they did not believe her. They told her that she was not telling the truth. And then I believe her uncle tried to do the same thing to her as well. So she'll be coming up shortly. So do any of you guys have any questions for me or anti-violence? And I'm definitely sending out some hearts to any and everyone that may be going through something, that may be dealing with oppression, depression. Definitely sending you guys some triple hearts out to you. And before you get too dark where you see no light, please reach out to someone. Um, you can contact me. I'll let anti-violence know that you're needing of some assistance, but please don't allow yourself to get too low where all you see is darkness and you feel like you don't have any hope to get out. We also have let's see what the numbers is. Let me show the numbers again. Those are the numbers. If you or anyone you know that is in a domestic violence situation and they need to get out, they need help, please point them to the National Domestic Violence Hotline, which is 1-800-799-7233. You can remain anonymous. Remember, love does not supposed to hurt. So if you or someone you know is being abused, it can turn out deadly. Get them some help. And anti-violence, as well as myself, have the resources available to get them to safety. Hello, Miss Judy Love. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Bullying. You dial 988. You hit 3. That's for adults too. You got to start reporting these adults, these miserable adults as well. Adult bullying seems to be on an all-time high. They are getting worse than the children. And see, some children don't know no better, but when you become an adult, there's no excuse for that. You know what you're doing, and what you're doing is calculated, and it is 2 places for you for that type of behavior. The Kids Abuse Help Hotline is 1-800. That is the national one. Of course, you can contact your local DCF office. Here it's called Department of Children, Family, and Services. It may be DCS in your place where you stay. They have different acronyms. Okay, they have different acronyms. So whatever your state office for child protection is, they have a number for abuse. This is the national hotline number, 1-800-668-6868. Also, if you want to bless the host, that is my Cash App, Kim's Gracious Jewels. Okay, so if you want to be a blessing to the host, that is my Cash App. Also, this is for teaching purposes only. This live is not to treat or evaluate anybody. It's for informative purposes only. When I was talking about the bullies, I meant every word of it, so I ain't gonna use no codes for that. I said what I said, and it's 2 places that we have for you, and that is jail or a straitjacket. So I ain't gonna say no codes for that because I meant exactly what I said. Hey, beautiful Team Bivens, how you doing, love? Wait a minute, what am I missing some comments?
And just let me say, Dr. Kim, I try to tell people, don't participate in the going back and forth with someone when they're doing what they're doing to you, whether they're using technology, because what that is also called, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it's called technology technology facilitated abuse.
Mm-hmm.
So I always tell people, don't go back and forth with that person online, or whether they're doing it through text message or whatever, just document it. And if you tell a person more than once to leave you alone and to stop, and they continue to harass you, they can be charged with harassment.
Correct. And in your state, you said it's 2 times, right?
Yes, so it's 2 times. Every state has different laws, like I'm sure you know. They call it course of conduct, but we call it patterns of behavior, which is technically the same thing. So if you tell them at least twice, I know in my state, you would have to look it up in your state to stop harassing you, and they don't stop harassing you, you can have them charged with harassment.
Correct. So Queen of Thrones say I will definitely speak one day, but with all the BS going on, it's hard. I understand, Queen, and when you're ready, I will be here. We live every Friday or Saturday, so whenever you're ready, I am ready for you. But be mindful that no one can tell your story better than you. So they talked about Jesus. So even whenever you ready to talk, it's gonna be somebody that finds something you say, something about you. Just know whenever you're ready, I will be here for you. My platform is always available for you. There is no bullying allowed here. They can go put their head in the toilet and flush it. And we're going to keep it all the way respectful here. So whenever you're ready to talk, whenever you feel comfortable with talking, we are here for you. It will be respected. And if someone take what my platform is built for and use it against you, we got what? 2 places for them. And that's jail and the straitjacket. So if anyone that comes on my platform is not respected, and I hear it in the Facebook streets, the same thing applies for what I will be doing for Felicia. We're going to get them on out of here. Because that is cyberbullying, and we have zero toleration for that. We're fixing your crowns. Zero toleration for it. Period. Go play with your children. So I don't want anyone to feel discouraged about sharing their truth, their light, what has happened to them. That is your own personal therapy. That's your own personal sanctuary. And I don't want you to ever feel discouraged to tell your truth. So whenever you're ready, Queen, I am here for you. But your bushwatchers, if you use any of my information for harassment purposes, to bully, we got 2 places for you, jail or the straitjacket. So again, go play with your children, go play with the toys, or go put your head in the toilet and flush it, because we're not doing that over here. We're about uplifting, encouraging, respectfully, with knowledge and understanding, as well as medically getting people the help that they need. Okay, that's what I'm here for, and I know that's what anti-violence is here for. So if you are of that buffoonery, we got 2 places for you. No arguing and going back and forth is necessary over here, because you're not going to trick me out my spot. Like I said before on the last show, I've worked too hard, too many student loan debts to get to where I'm at. And you're not going to trick me out my spot by going back and forth. I'm just going to use the resources that is readily available for me and get you in those 2 places that you need to be. Okay. Thank you. Go have several seats. You're very welcome, love. You told it several times. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm here for, Queens of Thorn. That's what God called me to do. So I love to be an encouragement for other women, other men as well. We have some kings that has went through the storm, that has been through some things, that has been abused, whether it's verbally, physically, emotionally, sexually. And so I stand in the gap for those that can't stand up for themselves, and that doesn't maybe feeling discouraged, maybe feeling bullied. I stand in the gap for them, because I needed somebody to stand in the gap for me. And Felicia stood in the gap for me when I was broken. See, I was broke, y'all. I was broke down. When I popped on Felicia Live, I didn't know whether I was coming or going. And that queen gave me an outlet to speak my truth. So no matter what she do, I can never not love her. I'm going to help fix her crown regardless of what it might be. So for the ones that's bullying her, you know Dr. Kimberly Wilson got her back. And my money long, so play with your children. But you don't get to bully people. You don't get to hurt people. You don't get to continue to pick at someone when they've asked you to leave them alone. Whether it's Queen Thrones, whether it's What's the Word, Jasmine, anyone on my platform, you don't get to do it with me. Because I get you where it hurt, and that's jail or the straitjacket. 72-hour mandated hold. And I'm contracted by the state. So any state I can call and say, hey, I need this person picked up on a mandated 72-hour hold. Uh-oh. Play with your cheering. That's why I say play with your cheering. Play with your cheering. I can pick up the phone. This person is exhibiting exotic behavior. They are exhibiting. They very belligerent. They very they not rational. Okay, Dr. Wilson, where's their location? It's hook and book playing with me. So when y'all play with somebody, y'all better get their real credentials out there, because I ain't the one to be played with. And when you exhibit erratic behavior and bullying, and you don't exhibit rational behavior, I gotta get you some help. I'm helping you, and I'm helping the community by getting you off the streets, because you're a threat to yourself and you're a threat to the community. Two things mental health don't play with. You're a threat to yourself, or you're a threat to the community, and you're a threat to your family. Am I saying anything wrong, anti-violence?
Nope, you are not. I am a confidential advocate, and if abuse has happened to an adult and they don't want to prosecute that person, I keep that confidential. However, if you are a threat to yourself, you are a threat to others, or you reveal child abuse and neglect or elder abuse, it has to be reported.
Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. One of my customers had texted me about some product. Um, yeah, as anti-violence said, you can get on a mandated 72-hour hold. So you have to be careful with playing with certain people. And it's not okay, guys, no matter who it is, whether it's Felicia, whoever. It's not okay to bully people. It's not okay to victimize people. It's not okay to try to assert your authority into their lives. It's not okay. Tiara, I seen that you're back. Are you ready, love? I'm going to drop the link. When you are ready, let me know. We have anti-violence up on the panel. She is certified. She's a certified advocate. She's certified in all 50 states. So if you need some references, any help with anything, please let me know. I will reach out to you. Anti-violence, I did get your email. I was driving when I seen it, but I do appreciate it, and I will pass it on to her.
It also has my business contact information in that email if you look at it.
I seen it. So, you're an advocate as well. Great, Miss Lisa. That's awesome. Yeah, we need a lot of social workers and advocates that's in it for the right reasons. Because in the states, a lot of states, you are underpaid. You are underpaid, and so you definitely got to have a heart for what you're doing. You can't definitely just be in there in the moment. It is Family Secrets, Untold Truth. Do you want to tell your story?
Yes, we are definitely, just to make comment on that, we are definitely underpaid. And so you definitely have to have a passion for these people, because you ain't gonna get rich off of being an advocate and social worker.
No, and it's a lot of time. It's time consuming. And sometimes you've been seeing the most horrific crimes and you take it home. When I was a child welfare specialist working in social servicing, um, because I was required for my graduate degree to get those credit hours. So if you go into our field, you will be required to get certain jobs for certain credit hours. You have to have some human services credit hours. Um, because mine was in psychology, human services. I changed my major from criminal justice, human services, and I went into psychology. Um, One of the children, I was a specialist 3 because I had the degrees as well as the experience. So I was called out on the most horrible uh, cases. And this child was found in his crib deceased. He had been deceased for about 3 days. Mom was on a drug binge. At that time, I was pregnant with Destiny, so I didn't have any biological kids at the time. And that case stuck with me because how dare you? You could have given this baby away. But then you also have to put your mind on she's sick. Drug addiction is a serious disease. A lot of people just think that they just choose to continue to stay on drugs, but as they continue to develop a habit, it then becomes a disease. And so she was very sick, and she left her child there to starve to death. So he had a very, very hard death, and that really stuck with me. And I'll never forget the smell going in, seeing this baby deceased. I threw up everywhere. It was really hard for me. So when I tell you guys, you have to have the stomach for it. And then I know anti-violence deal with women that has been abused beyond recognition. And you really got to take your feelings out of it for you not to just bust out crying.
Yeah, I was gonna speak to that, man. Have y'all ever seen how when you get elderly and they may fall or something and they kind of like they get bruised and you can really tell like under their skin that it's like deep bruising. Well, the worst case of abuse, physical abuse that I have seen, I went to work, and the police had brought that young lady to our safe house from the hospital. She was able to escape because she had no cell phone or nothing. That's how controlling he was. She didn't have no way to communicate or anything. She had to run out of the house and then go to the neighbor's house for them to call the police. But I looked at this young lady and she was 20 years old, and all I could think about was my daughter. Like, this girl is my daughter's age, and this man that is doing this to her is in his 40s.
Oh
And
my. You said 40s?
yes, he was 40 something years old. Um, and all down one side of her face was that deep bruising, and it was just super swollen. And then you start looking at her body, and it's the same way on her hands and her feet. And we all just looking at her like, my God, like he beat her bad. And that's when the detective told us, like, that's not from one instance of abuse. That is from ongoing abuse. Like, it was so horrible to the point where our boss was like, try not to stare at her.
Wow. That's tough. When you witness something like that, and then you start developing a rapport with people. You start developing some form of relationship, not a personal relationship, but you have to develop some type of rapport to be able to help them efficiently. And so you begin to feel bad for them and know you never forget the smell of death. And you especially don't forget the smell of a decomposed child that has been left with feces on their body, and rats are now eating at that child. I had to go to therapy, man. I had to go to therapy for that. You know what I'm saying? But also, if you're working in that field and you've never really experienced death, once you lose someone close to you, you don't view death the same. For an example, when I was working in law enforcement, I can go to a scene, I can process a crime scene, all of that. I can look at death, I can look at somebody laying in the bed with their head blown off. But once I lost my mother, I no longer can go to a crime scene, especially when an older elderly lady passed away. My mom was 48 when she passed away, so she wasn't that old. But anybody's mother going to that scene will cause me emotional distress because I was in heavy grieving. So your life impacts your job. So no one is above PTSD, depression, grieving. It's going to happen, but it's up to you to get the tools necessary to get back up and try again and move forward. Because it's tough. Because I remember going to a crime scene where a man had stabbed his mother 8 times and killed her. Oh boy, this happened. I worked in Town and Country, Missouri. For you guys that's from Missouri, probably remember this case. He had killed his mother. He was on a drug binge as well, and he had just got out of prison. And she allowed him to come and live in her home because she wouldn't give him any money for any more drugs. He waited till she was asleep and then stabs her to death. I processed that crime scene and I had to be escorted from the scene because I took it personally because I had just lost my mother. And so I roughed him up a bit because I hadn't dealt with my own trauma. So it's important when we go through things, we take a step back to take care of us. No matter what profession you're in, especially if you're in a profession when you're dealing with people, you got to take time to process it, get the help that you need. Because if you don't, those triggers will follow you around like your shadow. Have you experienced that anti-violence?
I've um so I was kind of prepared for this when before I even actually took my position that I'm in now, with dealing with sexual assault survivors, that there was going to be a lot that I was going to hear that was going to be hard for me to process. And I think I mentioned this to you last week, that my ED, and my supervisor at the time told me that it was important for me to find somebody within my field that I could process things with. And I have found that to be very therapeutic for me. I don't necessarily have someone that is directly in my field, but I do have my pastor, that I could go to and talk to, for spiritual guidance and just to really keep me grounded. Because when I first got in this field, and just hearing people's trauma and the things that people do to other human beings, it can cause you to be cynical and just think that everybody is bad. You know what I'm saying? Because you'll see some things in my field that is like, how could you possibly do this to another human being?
I agree. I agree. And so I had went in because death hadn't visited my family before my mother passed. So I went in when death didn't bother me. I could process a scene, like I said, with brains all over the wall. It didn't matter. I can go in and do it all, because my mom was the first person that passed away in my intermediate family. And so I didn't really too much know about death until she passed away. And so for that, because I didn't get the proper help that I needed to get, I didn't go through grief counseling. I kind of did what the requirements of the job mandated for me to do. And after I was cleared, I was back to work. And so we have to be real careful when we go through things by rushing ourselves back. We have to make sure we take the time to get the necessary help that we need so that we can be a better version of ourselves, and so that we won't then begin to hurt people around us that love and care about us because we're hurting. Miss Lisa, you say you still can't process death after losing your kids. You run away. Miss Lisa, you're an advocate. Have you went into therapy yourself for that? Have you been in any grief counseling or anything? Anti-violence. Did you see what Miss Lisa said?
No, I didn't see what she's. I didn't see what she say. What said? What did she say?
I just put it on the screen. She said I
Um,
still can't
I'm
process
on.
death.
I'm on my phone. I can't see.
Okay, she
Um,
said I still can't process death after losing my kids. I run away.
yeah, grief counseling. I would agree with Dr. Kim. Grief counseling is something that you probably need to do. Um, but there's just triggers that we all have, because the things that we've experienced in our past as well. Um, for me, it's just been learning to work through that and not try to project what I've been through onto my clients, if you see what I'm saying. Um,
Yeah, I get that.
And so I go in with the mindset that I'm here to support and get this person the necessary help that they need, and the resources, and to walk alongside them, um, and whatever they try to do, whether it's they want to pursue criminal charges against that individual, or whatever, they decide that they want to move forward in their options. I walk through them through the complete process, whether that be going to interviews with law enforcement, prosecutors. I can go to appointments or whatever, with every step of the way within the legal process with them, to support them. And I mentioned last week that I've helped many fill out paperwork in order to get protection orders, and so I go to their ex parte hearings with them, for that, as well as their final hearings. Um, I know our state coalitions, we first require, so if you, it's always good for you to get an attorney, because it doesn't matter whether I'm an advocate or whatever. No one can give you legal advice besides an attorney. If someone is giving you legal advice, and they are not attorneys, if it's found out, they can actually be, it comes charged in heavy fines. And so, um, we always recommend that they first apply for legal aid if they're not able to afford an attorney. And then after that, both of our state coalitions here in Ohio, the Ohio Domestic Violence Network, as well as the Ohio Alliance to End Sexual Violence, they also have programs that can help survivors of domestic and or sexual violence, but they first have to apply for legal aid, get a denial, and then I can submit an application to them to see if they can help them, and they usually do. And so I just love supporting survivors. It's a passion. Like, I never really realized until I started doing this job 3 years ago that this is really what I wanted to do. I always told myself that I wanted to volunteer and things like that just because of the past traumas that I've experienced and being in an abusive relationship as well as experiencing sexual assault. And so I just really got connected with some people that worked in this field and they got me in there working. And this is the only job I've ever had that, regardless of the people that I have to deal with and the things that have to hear on a daily basis, that I have no problem getting up and going to because I love helping the people that I help.
And I feel the same way. I love helping people. The gratification that I get when I help people and then I see where they have came from the darkness into the light, that's rewarding for me because no one has gotten anywhere without the help of someone else, without a sacrifice from someone else. So I love to see other people reach their full potential by being shown just a little bit of grace.
Exactly. And people, I don't think, like with domestic violence and sexual violence, really any kind of trauma is extremely important. Like you have a better probability of healing and being empowered and being able to move on past the trauma when you have supportive people.
I agree. I agree.
Because I've, even in my own personal life, I've seen so many people make victim blaming statements to other people. And I just don't agree with a lot of people. I know that people do, they do lie about being abused, they do lie about being raped. But if you really study statistics and evidence-based practices, the 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 percentage of people lying about domestic violence or sexual assault is not as high as people think it is. And they'll use the excuse of like their story varies, this and that and the other. Well, yeah, you don't understand trauma because trauma, um, it affects your memory and cognition. Study fragmented memories. Like I was in an extremely abusive relationship. As a matter of fact, that person is diagnosed, literally diagnosed with MPD. So I didn't know at the time that I was experiencing narcissistic abuse or whatever, but my brain has blocked out some of those memories of that trauma that I've experienced to protect itself.
Right. And for those that don't know, MPD is multiple personality disorder. It's a very dangerous
Not
disorder.
Dr. Kim, not MPD, NPD. So he was
Oh,
diagnosed with
NPD. Okay.
narcissistic personality disorder.
Oh, okay. I thought you said MPD. Okay. Thanks for the correction. Both of them are very, very tough to deal with someone that is suffering from MPD or NPD. Very tough and very
And it
hard
was,
to treat as well.
it is, and I was so like, for years this man was gaslighting me. And y'all don't understand how many years it took for me to untangle all that of the things that he was saying and doing. Like they will literally make you doubt your reality and make you think that you're the one that is crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they will. They definitely will. And then also, when you're reacting to their hurt, they'll make you seem like you're playing victim.
And here's another thing that I have conversations with, especially dealing with college campuses and stuff. And that's another thing I really don't understand. I don't understand how um, some college campuses can have like student conduct boards and where they discipline students and all that for like domestic violence or Title 9 complaints that they get for sexual assault or whatever. Like, how are these people sitting on boards and that they have no training in domestic violence or sexual violence or whatever in its effects? Because I had to write a letter to a college that I deal with a client that I was dealing with. Like, they literally was, um, first of all, in their questioning, they were victim blaming her. And I tried to tell her at the time, if you would have called me and let me know when that was, I could have went with you, and I could have, spoken to some of the victim blaming statements that I have. Like, in society, we have to stop blaming the victim for crimes that is being committed against them. Like, how am I coming to you and telling you that this person sexually assaulted me, and you asking me, oh, were you drinking or what were you wearing? It don't matter if I was completely drunk, and it doesn't matter whether I was half naked or not. That does not give the person the right to violate you. First of all, if you know your laws, a person that is incapacitated or under any influence of any substances, they cannot consent to a sexual activity.
Sure can. You just gave some gems there. They sure cannot. And you will be prosecuted if you violate that. They sure cannot.
And
And
so
so, go ahead and talk about it.
and so they make these statements and stuff, and then they also turn around and they end up uh, handing out punishment to victims. Like the one young lady, they put her on probation for her whole senior year, talking about, well, they were trying to say that they felt that it was mutual abuse. So let me explain about that. There, a, a lot of therapists will agree that there is no such thing as mutual abuse. It is called reactive abuse, which reactive abuse is not you mutually being abusive to someone. Is this person experiencing long term abuse and is now reacting in an abusive way to try to take their power and their autonomy back from
Right.
that person? And evidence shows that even if that victim responds with reactive abuse, that would be considered self defense, and that there is always someone that in that relationship that is trying to exert power and control in that relationship.
Correct. So anti-violence just gave some great information. We will be leaving this live up. I am waiting on the guest to respond to see if she still want to tell her story or if tonight is not the night. Again, guys, I am not in the business to pressure you or make you. I want you to do it when you are ready. Because when you are ready, that's when the true breakthrough comes through. That is for your healing, not mine. And so it is an honor for you to come on my platform and tell your story, but it is not a request. So if you're feeling uncomfortable or you're not ready, that means that God is not ready for you to speak. And so when you're ready, you will speak. And so, in the event, if you are not ready, I will be here when you are ready. So, I just want you to know that I'm not here for likes, views, and money. I am here because God appointed me to an assignment, and I am making sure I am getting it done because He has been better to me than I've been to myself. And so it is very important for me to get to the assignment, get it done and do it with grace and favor. The same thing that we are granted every day when we are granted the opportunity to open up our eyes. And so I'm gonna give her a few minutes to see if she's going to respond. It is Friday, so I thank you guys so much for joining. I know Felicia did go live, so a couple of you jumped off here to go on there. She definitely needs to get off of her chest, whatever it may be. But as I stated, when you are friends, whether you agree or disagree, you're going to still show love. I'm going to still show her love. I'm going to still show her grace because I am not in her position, so I cannot judge. But I do not do the back and forth. Again, I have two places for them suckers, and that is jail or the straight jacket. Simple. I don't go back and forth. I got jail or the straight jacket for you. You try to trick me out my spot, I got jail or the straight jacket. Simple as that. I'm not gonna go back and forth, but I do understand where she's at and why she feels the way that she feels. But even though I don't condone back and forth, I'm still not gonna bash her. I'm still gonna show love because that is my sister and I love her. Everyone deals with things differently, and just because that is not the way you may deal with things doesn't mean that they deserve to be judged or ridiculed for how they deal with things. You can simply exit the building and come back when it meets your qualifications of what you want to listen to. That's simple. This platform is to teach you, motivate you, lift you up, fix your crown. And so I will keep this live up so you can go back and watch the replay. Let me see. Hold on, she can't find it. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Let me send the link to somebody that's trying to come on and tell their story. They can't find the song. I don't know what YouTube is doing. YouTube and tripped out. So I want you guys to know that real love, real healing don't cost a thing. The enemy is going to try to do everything in their power to keep you from healing, to keep you from elevating, to keep you from progression, and send you to regression, to cause you to miss the light when you're on your upper flight. It's going to try to deter you from reaching the light by continuing to bring up the darkness. It's up to you and I to continue, to seek light instead of the darkness. As I said, how they did Felicia sent all those text messages. They did it on purpose. They were probably in the bushes. More likely than not, I believe they were in the bushes, and so they decided to trick her out of telling her story. Because see, her story will bless millions. Her story will allow someone that is suffering in bondage. They see what she has overcame as a little bitty baby and also as an adult, and they will begin to see how strength looks, and they will decide to get out, get help, and get up. See, the enemy was sitting back watching. So they said, okay, then let me mess with her just a little bit. Let me get off her game just a little bit. Because see, everything she's went through, she needs to be over here on this panel getting blessed by me in anti-violence. But again, me in anti-violence still loves her and still supports her and still rocks with her. But they knew what they were doing. So you bush watchers, y'all got two places y'all gonna be soon. Y'all got two places y'all can be soon. Because I'm not going to play with you. Period. I'm not going to play with you. Period. Uh-oh. That ain't it. Hold up, y'all. I sent the wrong link to who? Hold up, y'all. Let me get the link. I done sent the wrong link. I sent the link to the last show to her. I'm trying to find the right link. Hold on, yeah. Mhm. So yeah, we gonna show her some love. We gonna show her some gratifications. We gonna show her all of it, and we gonna keep respecting her. Like I said, I will be right back. Anti-violence. You can continue to educate them. I'm finna call her, and I'll be right back. I'm finna make sure all my doors are locked because my destiny gets a little bit frantic when the house is unsecured.
How y'all doing this evening? I can't even. Can I see the chat? Y'all give me a second. I'm gonna try to pull this up on my computer too, because I cannot see the chat from my phone. Yeah, but like Dr. Kim said, I have lots of training in trauma and domestic and sexual violence, and so um, we may not agree. I love Fee to death. Um, I support her. Don't necessarily agree with her methods of doing things all the time, but at that time, I just drop in, say, "Hey, Fee, I just want to say hi," and then I move on about my business. Because at the end of the day, a person that hasn't been trauma informed, trained, and doesn't have an understanding of what she's been through. Um, Anybody that is trauma informed trained, whether it be an advocate, a therapist, psychologist, or whatever, can tell that Felicia has obviously experienced more than one incidents um, of trauma and um, needs to heal and process through that. And so, people like her, I just try to be patient and gentle with um, and let her um, move through as she chooses to through her healing process and not be the person that is just re-victimizing and re-traumatizing her because a lot of people don't realize everything everything that they're doing on the internet to her is doing nothing but continuing to re-victimize her. Now, I know somebody gonna say, well, Felicia has participated in the going back and forth as well. I get all that. And I get that Felicia has probably said and done things that I don't necessarily agree with, and that was wrong. But at the end of the day, um, I've seen a lot of people in this whole situation that has been completely wrong. And from my understanding and my profession, I understand why Felicia moves the way that she moves. Um, and that's why I tell, especially our Black people, because my job is primarily to deal with or to support survivors of domestic and sexual violence that are African American, and to make sure that they're receiving the support services that they need. However, I advocate for all people, um, but um, it's important. Like I tell my cousins and them, like it's important for us to take care of our mental health. Like it's okay for you to go to a therapist to talk about childhood trauma that you might have experienced, whether you were molested or sexually assaulted, or experienced domestic violence. Like there are people out there willing and ready to support you through through the process and to help you deal with that trauma and to really heal from that. I was reading today um, and doing my mental health um, presentation of just some of the statistics of struggling with mental health issues, and it talked about how um, people that are struggling with mental health issues due to experiencing trauma or violence or many different stressors, every year people miss, they lose $192 billion for not reporting to work for mental health issues. And so it's important to have those people that support you, whether it be professionals or whatever, to help you process through your trauma as well as your mental health, so that you are a whole and well person. And it's possible for you to be that way, because I was also reading today, um, people that go with untreated mental health issues die 25 years younger than those that do seek help for their mental health issues.
Right, because those mental health issues end up eating them from the inside. Mentally, it's causing stress, high blood pressure, diabetes, stroke, heart attacks. So, unhealthy living, unhealthy mental health cause other physical health issues, and left untreated will cause your demise a little bit earlier than it was written in the book to.
I hate this, Dr. Kim. I am trying to, so I'm on my phone talking, um, and then it says join chat. I cannot see any of the comments. It says join chat, but then when I try to join, it doesn't really do anything. And then I got it on my computer, and it just seems like it's super behind.
I noticed StreamYard is very behind on the chats. I was with StreamLab, but I really couldn't understand it. Queens of Thrones, she stated she's very efficient in it. So I'm gonna get with her on the back end to kind of learn Stream Labs a little better. Stream Labs does offer a lot more features, but I like StreamYards with its simplicity of how it allows people to get on the panel. I ain't got to be searching for stuff. But Stream Labs allow you to put the comments on the screen. So, for example, if me and you on the screen, you will be able to see it on the screen without having to go to the actual chat. So that is the reason why I loved Stream Labs. What's the word? Felicia has writing her wrongs. I think that's what you was trying to say, but have been harassing her since she called out the pedo. Yes, they went in on her after she called out Maine. They were already willing to uh go in on her. They was just looking for a reason. Because if you a friend, you're not going to partake in that type of behavior. Um, Even if you guys had a disagreement, you agree to disagree. That's life. You may not say everything I agree with, but however, because I love and respect you, I'm going to respect your opinion, although I disagree, and we move on. But I'm not going to out you out, tell your deepest, darkest secrets, or try to belittle you um, out in public and in these Facebook streets. If it's anything that I feel like you need to work on, I'm going to talk to you in private and tell you, hey, you should consider doing this. And I'm going to approach it as you should consider, because I'm not going to tell you what you should be doing. Because again, you are an adult. An adult makes their decision. You ever heard the saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make them drink? I can give you all the tools necessary. I can give you all the advice necessary, but at the again, God doesn't violate our free will and free choice. So why should I?
I agree with that 100%. Like I said, I would never say, listen, I love Felicia. I'm rocking with her. I'm gonna support her. You know, um, I tell people all the time, healing is messy. Um, and for any of us. And so I just get where she's coming from, because of the training that I have seen. She is not behaving in a way that other people that I've seen a lot of people that has had complex trauma in multiple events of traumatic events behave in some of the ways that she does. Now, Felicia knows if I pop in and she's doing something or saying things that I don't agree with, hey, Felicia, just wanted to say hi, see if that can kind of de-escalate her. If it don't, I'll go on about my business and come back when it is something that I want to hear her speaking. But at the end of the day, we got to learn how to be the kind of people that's going to walk beside someone. This, because this is what true love is walk beside someone like Felicia that has been broken, that has had more than two traumatic events. She's seen her mother traumatically killed. She's seen her, she experienced childhood trauma, and she also experienced it in her adulthood. So she has been re-victimized for majority of her life, and she
Correct.
needs people to walk beside her and to show her that she is worthy of healing and that she can heal, and
Correct.
to give her the tools to do that. But those kind of people over there and the things that they doing to her, those are the people that that psychologists. I don't know if you are familiar with Dr. Henry Cloud. I love him. He has a book that I've even in my personal life read, because they say that most people don't know how to set boundaries with people, and so
They don't.
I've done his book Boundaries. It comes with a book and a workbook. Um, and so it just walks you through how to in a healthy way, set boundaries with people. And then I also read his book, Safe and Unsafe People. And those people over there is considered unsafe people. They don't know how to, is they talk about her and the things that she does, but they do some of the same things.
Mm, yeah. Well, as you said, anti-violence, it's all in love. So she definitely, people cannot tell her because you're not walking in her shoes. That's why I tell people if the shoe doesn't fit, you definitely cannot wear them. I cannot tell her how to feel because I was not sexually assaulted as a little girl. I was not in a marriage and went through domestic violence. I also slowly watched my mother deteriorate from an illness, but I didn't see her brutally attacked and murdered. So I can only sympathize and show love and show respect and grant her grace and favor. So whenever she calms down, I'll be that voice to lead her back to her light. Um, Now, again, it was calculated. Everything that was done was calculated. They were in these streets because I saw the numbers. I'm looking at the analytics. They were in these streets and decided, oh, what better way? Let me mess with her. No way, shape, or form when it comes to getting her close to her healing is they for that. So they're going to do anything that they need to do to disconnect her from the light. And also they're going to do whatever they need to do to gain them some money on the 23rd by going back and forth. So I said all that to say this. Um, I will continue to support any queen that needs their crown fixed. I will continue to stand in the gap for those that cannot stand up for themselves. This platform is built for women of all ethnicities, all body shapes, all sexualities to come together and speak whatever it is that they need to speak. It may not even be abuse. You may have been wronged on your job or whatever. Whatever outlet you need, I want to make sure fixing your crowns is there for you. When I wrote the song, I wanted to make sure it embodied just simple grace, love, and walking through the journey we call life together. Um,
and I would agree with you on that. I always tell people, um, those who are healed or are in the process of somewhere in the process of healing, has the ability to adjust another queen's crown without feeling the need to tell everybody else that it was crooked.
say that again. Say that again. See, when you are comfortable also with yourself, even when you, as anti-violence just stated, even when you're walking a tightrope yourself, um, you find closure in love and happiness in helping to slightly fix another queen's crown without seeking any validation for the fixing of it. See, a lot of times people do like things for likes and clicks. But when you're truly organic in what you're doing and you doing it for the pureness of just love, then you don't seek any validation. You don't seek any likes or approval because you're walking in God's greatness. A lot of people wouldn't understand that, but you're walking in God's greatness. Now, pure example, we're talking about love, light, living, hope. We're giving medical terms, the different feelings that you go through when you've been abused. People will come and watch the replay on the positiveness, but they're going to gravitate to mess. I'm going to say that again. They're going to gravitate to Felicia speaking her opinion and how she feel, how they done there was rightfully so. She deserves to say how she feel because she's been walking with grace and she has been ignoring them. But the bushwatchers is waiting to see what she says so they can carry a bomb back somewhere else. That's what I mean about grace and favor. Yeah, I'm dropping all my nails on the floor. I don't know where they at. That's what I mean about grace and favor. And following the right thing. We have to be real careful what we allow to attach onto our spirit as well. That's why I say people that are watching the bullying and the buffoonery are in error. And you have to be careful what you allow to attach on to you, especially if it's not of you. And so I'm going to continue to show up weekly, different topics, whatever God leads me to. It's going to be different topics that's relatable so people can understand. We're doing the credit repair on Felicia's live. As we go through the personal credit repair, we will be moving on to the business credit. She'll talk more about that. So it's a lot of things in store. Sometimes I will be doing pop-up lives to talk about different topics that we are not on. I posted on my wall about credit utilization. If you have not gotten an opportunity to look at it, it will bless you. Please go ahead and look at it. But I am not on YouTube to be in any saga, any mess, any back and forth. Again, I have two places for them, and that is jail or straitjacket. I have already built my Facebook audience. That's where I originated from. I have over 27,000 followers on my business page. On my Kim's Gracious Jewels and Accessories, we have 27,000 followers. My group business page does very well. We sell items daily. So money is not my motivation. Love is. Kindness, unity, self-respect among my African American women community. We're lacking highly in that area. So if I can reach someone, lift them up, bring them up, bless them, encourage them, that is what I am going to do. I do not operate in mess. I'm a high vibrational person. Anything less of that, I cannot focus or comprehend it. We're dropping jewels here, something that will bless your life that I'm sure someone or somebody you know have been through it or going through it or gonna go through it, maybe even yourself. So, like I say, we are blessing out here to people, and it's catching on. Anti-violence, the algorithm of the people that went back and watched the replay is very high. So it's catching on. God has already revealed to me that pretty soon fixing crowns will be a household name, because this is a platform where people can come and be their self and give their perspective, not the world perspective, without fearing of being victimized, bullied, or talked about because of how they may feel. So we
You
will be.
don't mind, Dr. Kim, I wanted to share
Go
a
ahead.
little bit about the so contrasting safe and unsafe people,
Go ahead.
if you have time to do that.
I do. Go ahead. Share whatever you want to share. The floor is yours.
Okay, so first it just says, what are healthy relationships? Everyone has general traits of autopilot, reactive patterns that they exhibit constantly over time, much like the traits you your identify in yourself using the lifetime. Uh, right, hold on, my dog's barking. Give me one.
Okay. While anti-violence stepped away, everyone that is in the chat, please say hello. Again, we will keep this chat up. Listen, this is a marathon, definitely not a race. As I continue to listen to God's word and allow him to lead me, the people will come. We're going to be dropping knowledge. We're going to be dropping bombs. We're going to be giving you things that you will not find anywhere else. As I stated, I will be sharing business classes on Felicia's platform. I also will be doing a class on my platform on how to open up a business, where to start at opening up a business. So if you are someone or wanting to open up a business, I will be hosting a class on opening up a business. If you've already repaired your credit, then we don't want to lock you in purgatory where you have to wait on your information. So we have another class on Monday. I'm going to ask for the people that are ready to start their business credit, and I will be doing a class on that. Um,
Okay, Dr. Kim, I'm back. I'm sorry
okay,
about that.
go ahead.
But anyway, these traits can indicate whether a person is generally safe or unsafe. Unfortunately, not everyone is good to stay connected with for extended periods of time. It's important for us to understand who we are making relationships with as we consider our own health and well-being. So I'm gonna go down this list and I'm gonna give you what a unsafe person would do, and then what a safe person would do. So, an unsafe person thinks that they have it all together. A safe person admits their weaknesses. Unsafe people act religious, lives in law and judgment. A safe person are spiritual, and relationship comes first. Unsafe people are defensive, and safe people are open to feedback. Unsafe people are self righteous, safe people are humble. Unsafe people apologize but keep repeating the same mistakes. Safe people apologize and repent, change their behavior. Unsafe people avoid working on their problems. Safe people deal with their problems. Unsafe people demand trust. Safe people earn trust. Unsafe people act perfect. Safe people admit their faults. Unsafe people blame others. Safe people take responsibility for their actions. Unsafe people lie. Safe people tell the truth even when it hurts. Unsafe people are stagnant. Safe people grow. Unsafe people avoid closeness. Safe people try to connect and desire intimacy. Unsafe people are concerned mostly about about the needs to their self. Safe people are concerned about the needs of others. Unsafe people are unsympathetic to others' pains and emotions. Sympathetic people are safe people are sympathetic to others' pains and emotions. Unsafe people cannot can't set boundaries and can't respect boundaries. Safe people allow people to say no and respect it. Riley, hush, hush. 1 second. So sorry, y'all. All right, I'm so sorry, y'all. I just took that dog out and fed him. I don't know why he tripping. He must be wondering why I'm up this late talking. But anyway, I only have a little bit more. Unsafe people confront with guilt and shame, or not at all. Safe people confront with truth and love and grace. I hear you, Dr. Kim, talking a lot about grace. Yes, we do have to extend grace to others. Unsafe people condemn. Safe people forgive. Um, Unsafe people create parent child superior inferior relationships. Safe people desire and create equality in relationships. Unsafe people are unstable over time, more and more unreliable. Safe people are consistent over time, very reliable. Unsafe people are negative influences on us. Safe people are positive influences on us. Unsafe people gossip, and safe people keeps other people's secrets confidential. Unsafe people are envious, and safe people are genuinely happy for other people's success. Um, Unsafe people are self-sufficient. Safe people are interdependent. Unsafe people are entitled. Safe people are humble, giving, and serving. Um, Unsafe people are self-harming and self-destructive. Um, Safe people show self-care. Um, Unsafe people struggle with intimacy. Safe people pursue intimacy. Unsafe people are insecure with attachment. Safe people feel secure with attachment. Unsafe people live in law. Uh, Safe people live in grace. And the last two would be unsafe people reject negative parts of self or and good parts of others, focuses on good parts of self, bad parts of others, and safe people accept self, other and others as a whole with both good and bad traits. And unsafe people are controlling and other controlled. Safe people are self-controlled. So I always use that to kind of gauge my relationships and determine whether I want to stay in the relationships that I have with people. And it doesn't have to always be intimate. It could be family relationships or friends as well. Because, I mean, let's be real, some of our families are abusive. So I just wanted to share a little bit of that. Dr. Henry Cloud actually has a book that talks about all of that in it. Like I said, it's called Safe People, but he talks about characteristics of both safe and unsafe people.
Right. I think one of my classmates did their thesis on that as well. I remember hearing a lot of that. So thank you so much. What's the word for staying? As I stated before, um, we have to begin to start somewhere. We have to, as we heal, we have to draw a line in the sand. As you heal, you absolutely cannot go back to where you have came from. You're going to start the healing process all over again. For an example, if you have been abused of a sexual abuse, if you're a victim of sexual abuse, you cannot befriend anyone that is a sexual abuser. You cannot be around someone that exhibits sexual abuse behavior. It's going to take you back to the place you were violated. If you are a victim of domestic violence, you under no circumstances can be friends with someone that violates someone, injured someone, or hurt someone. You cannot be in a relationship with someone that thinks it's okay to hurt someone. So I say this to you. What are you doing for your own healing, for your own progression? What are you doing to better you? Once you answer that question, you need to then seek therapy. Sometimes we try to handle everything on our own when most things wasn't designed for us to handle alone. If you believe in God, the first answer is to seek the kingdom of God. The second is to seek you therapy so that you will learn coping mechanisms to get through whatever trauma you have been through. You cannot do it alone. And sometimes we feel like we're so strong, we trick ourselves into thinking we can get through it by ourselves. Another thing is give yourself some grace. Where will we be if God didn't show us grace daily? Because we sin daily, everybody. For those that pretend like they don't sin daily, they're a lie. And those are very dangerous people. We sin daily. So
I
what
agree
would
with.
we be if God said, "Oh, I'm not forgiving you today. You did X, Y, and Z, so nah, I don't want to fool with you today."
I would agree with you, Dr. Kim. We sin more than we think we do. Like there's sins that we commit that we don't even know that we commit. And that's conversations that um, I've had with my pastor. But to answer your question on how you are growing, I will tell people one of the biggest integral parts in my healing and moving forward was removing myself from all toxic and abusive settings. And so I'm not just saying writing people off, because like I said, we none of us is healthy 100% of the time. What I'm saying is removing yourselves from environments where there is a pattern of toxic and abusive behavior.
Correct. You have to also look at friendships as well. We have to analyze friendships as well.
Can I hear your bed and watch your TV because I'm kind of sleepy?
Yes, baby, go ahead.
Okay, Mommy, love you.
I love you too, sweet girl.
Okay.
Make sure you wash your face and brush your teeth.
I already did, Mommy.
Okay, baby, good night. So Excuse me, y'all. That was my baby. She wants to get in the bed again. Trauma happens to us all. She was actively sleeping in her own bed. Since our domestic violence situation, she will not sleep in her own bed. Period. We have to be mindful each day how we're living. That's important, especially if we've been through trauma, we've been through a life altering change. A lot of us is walking around with acute PTSD and don't even know it. You absolutely cannot surround yourself around people that is going to cause you to digress. You got to cut off certain family members, certain friends that don't align with your healing process. If you got a friend, say you were sexually abused, you got a friend that always want to talk about something sexual involving being violated, you want to definitely cut all ties. You don't have to be rude, but for your best interest, you want to cut all ties. If you dealing with someone unhinged all the freaking time, excuse me, you want to show them some grace, show them some love, but you guys cannot have a respectable friendship if they refuse to go seek help for their unhingedness, because it's going to bleed over into you guys' friendship until they suck you dry, because it's very draining to deal with someone that's always on 15 and you're at 5. But again, as anti-violence said, we have all been there. But if you have an unwillingness to be better and do better and act better, then you have to take into account that it's best to remove yourself from the situation, because then it becomes unhealthy for you. So
I
as we
always,
go
Dr.
ahead,
Kim,
go ahead, Antonella.
I'm sorry, I always tell people this. I tell my clients this all the time. You cannot heal an environment that made you sick.
I agree. If you have been you cannot uh be connected close to a family member that is abuser if you trying to heal from abuse. It's like oil and water, it won't mix. So you have to decide what you're doing, what you're gonna do. And some people you have to love from a distance. Some people you have to show grace where grace is needed and then exit the building. It doesn't mean that you don't like the person, or it doesn't mean that you hate the person, but that just means that they're not healthy for you. That's important. We have to learn how to set boundaries for ourselves in order to teach people how to treat us. We have to be the example of how people treat us. And if you don't know what your value is, you're not gonna know how to show people how to treat you. So that's important. You can't expect no one to automatically know what you require if you haven't set boundaries on your requirements. Life is life and for us all, but we have to make choices on what we're willing to go through and get to. and whether we're going to stay as a victim or become an overcomer. I want to be anywhere I can learn, anywhere that's going to teach me and better me as an individual. I need to be there. Because no one knows everything. I'm like a sponge. And like I said, prime example. Most people go where they can be entertained. Truth, love, and light get less likes and views than mess, bullying, foolishness, and all of that. Why do you think that's so? Anti-violence, why do you think that's so?
I would say it's due to the fact that most of us was not taught what healthy and unhealthy relationships look like and grew up in environments where the behaviors that they are displaying were taught to them. And so they think that those behaviors are normal when they really aren't.
Correct. Anytime you gravitate more to unhealthiness than to healthiness, you have to evaluate what's going on in your life. You have to evaluate what is going on that is attracting you to darkness and foolishness, whether to the light. So exactly, what's the word? I agree 100% with anti-violence. My gravitational pull pulls me towards the light. It automatically pulls me towards queens that are about their business, about their stuff, ain't about no foolishness, and stand on their business. That attracts me. Now, what does not attract me is someone messy, talking about people all the time. You can't tell them nothing because they always in their feelings. I don't do selfish people. I'm not a selfish person. So I absolutely do not do selfish people. I think about other people before I sometimes think about myself. I cannot stand a selfish person that's self-seeking and do things for their own self-gratification. You definitely have to be a strong person to break a cycle. And that doesn't come overnight. That comes with healing. So in order to break a cycle, you must first do some healing, therapy, and some self-evaluation. You have to take a good look in the mirror. You got to start with who you see in the mirror to break those cycles. And then you have to make a conscious decision to not allow yourself to affiliate with triggers. Triggers will cause you digression every time. It'll trick you out your spot. That's why I told people I got two places for them, the jail or straitjacket. I'm not going to allow you to trigger me and trick me out my spot. So say whatever it is you feel like you want to say. Domestic violence. This man knocked out two of my teeth. I was already designed to go get some porcelain veneers, but I can't go get them until my ear completely heals. If you medically inclined, you'll know if you have an ear infection, anything going on with your ear, they absolutely cannot mess with anything in your mouth because it could kill you. An infection can spread to your brain and it can kill you instantly. But I got a bag to fix my teeth if that's what I want to do. Can't say nothing about my degrees because all of them are spoken for, including my student loans. Can't say nothing about my bag because it's public record. I paid cash for my spot. So you can't trick me out of none of that. So what else you gonna say? None of that bothers me. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you. I'm just gonna simply dial. those digits I need to get you on up out of my spot. So, but you got to get there. It's not going to come overnight. Certain things are going to be a trigger, as I spoke about on several occasions. When I went through my domestic violence, they brought up about my teeth being knocked out. I threw $10,000 in somebody's face because I was triggered. I was triggered. How dare you bring that up? My thoughts was, I can fix mine at any time. Boom, here go the money. Play with your children. Don't play with me. I became too aggressive, and I actually assaulted this woman. I could have went to jail. But if you unhealed, you subconsciously do things without even thinking. A split decision in anger can cause you a lifetime of pain if you're not careful. That's why it's good to take a deep breath, sit back, analyze before reaction. Because if you ain't careful, it can cause you a lot by acting on impulse when you're angry, frustrated, in pain, if you're not careful. So tonight we talked about family secrets, the untold truth. We had some guest that was supposed to come on. One stated she was talking to a friend that had some family members that passed away. I let her know I'll wait for a minute, but if she does not get to come on, I will be closing out. Now, the show will be about a lot of topics, not just physical abuse or emotional abuse. It'll be about life situations. If you're going through domestic violence, how to get out, how to get to shelter. It would also teach you financial responsibilities of how to start slowly saving money in case you are a victim of domestic violence or abuse. We will talk about all different array of subjects. As I stated, I also will be teaching a business course on how to start business credit while we're working on the personal credit. Some of you guys says I'm already there. I already run a business. I need to learn more about business. So I will be doing some of that on my platform. I also spoke with Felicia on today on building credit, business credit. So I will be doing that on her platform as well as my platform because it is very expensive to get that knowledge. As I stated, I will be using anti-violence as well on different topics about mental health. I think we need to do, what do you think, anti-violence? A lot of people have mental illness and mental health confused. We need to go over the different mental illnesses because a lot of people are walking around here with mental illnesses and don't even know it.
I agree. I agree. That would be a good topic.
So next Friday, we're going to do mental health versus mental illness. We're going to break down the difference because it is a difference. Most people associate them as the same, and they're not. Then we're going to go over the different mental illnesses. We're going to definitely talk about PTSD. Acute PTSD as well, because several people are suffering from PTSD. A lot of people are suffering from multiple personality disorders, bipolar, schizophrenia, and I can go on and on about that because that's my love language there. So I will come with a lot of information on that because we got a lot of people walking around with mental illness and it needs to be addressed immediately before you become a risk to yourself and those around you. I'm going to give the traits of this And then you guys will be able to understand, wait a minute, this person is exhibiting this behavior. Somebody in your family you love may be exhibiting this type of behavior, and you will be able to get them some help and love. Also, we have a bad stigma going around in our African American community. Whether you get therapy, you consider crazy. Know what's crazy if you knowing you have an issue and you're not seeking help for it.
I
Nobody is
agree.
above needing help.
I 100% agree.
So I think that's what we're going to do. Mental health. So what do you think about mental health versus mental illness?
That would be a good topic. Mental health versus mental illness.
Because when I tell y'all, it's a lot of them. Some of them that you guys have never heard of. Um, Different treatment plans. I will go over different treatment plans. What I am finding in this society is a lot of manic depression, bipolar, and multiple personality disorders. We do have schizophrenia, but I'm finding those chemical imbalances for as manic is running prevalent throughout the community. And you'll definitely know if they're manic when they be switching in and out. Uh like they hold up. She said she can't hear anything. She on the wrong one. One of I'm about to close out, but one of the ones that wanted to tell her story say she can't hear no. She's on my last one. I'm trying to put her on the right one. But mental health versus mental illness will be the next one. Uh, because I feel like it's a lot of people walking around sick. And a lot of people attribute sick to physical health, but you can be very, very sick mentally and really need some help where it can be affecting your everyday life. It can be affecting your everyday life and you don't know a way out. Like, for an example, you don't feel like getting up, going outside. You want to stay in the bed all day. That is a form of depression. Nothing is physically wrong, but you have no desire to interact with people. You rather stay isolated and in the bed by yourself. You live in an alternate reality. Whether you rather lie instead of telling the truth. You injure your child on purpose just to get attention. That's Munchausen syndrome. We're going to discuss Munchausen because it's someone prevalent on the internet that exhibits some Munchausen syndrome behavior. Most people never feel loved and appreciated, so they have a lot of kids to feel loved and they still feel empty. But because they're depressed, laying around sad all the time, they lack the ability to take care of this large family they've now created. It is someone on the internet that is connected to this saga that does that. Now, I don't say names on my platform, but I'm sure some of you guys know who does that.
So I got a question for you, Dr. Kim.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because you asked me questions. Why do you think? Because I mean, I'm an observer naturally. I was raised by my father, and so he always taught me to do a lot less talking and a lot more observing. He said, if you just sit back and watch people, they will tell you who they are without you even having a conversation with them
Mm-hmm.
unintentionally. And so I just be noticing, why do you think that people are more drawn to unhealthy behaviors like drama and gossip and all of that? But then when you try to bring something more positive to it, and like the conversations that we have, you can't keep their attention spans that long, or they don't never show up to learn a better way of life.
Well, foolishness and sex is selling. That's the world we're living in. Fighting, loudness, and sex. That's the era we live in. Unhealed people will gravitate towards unhealed things. You and I are both stable, and so our gravitation is going to be different. Because you work in the field that you work in, you're not going to gravitate towards buffoonery. If it's too loud, you're going to exit the building. Same as me.
So,
So,
okay, before you continue that, then I want to ask you, why does, like, because I'm not, even though I deal with people and their trauma daily, like being in those environments, knowing what I come from, like I can't do all the loudness and arguing and fighting back and forth anymore because I'm not in those kind of environments. And so when I am in that kind of environment, it does something to my nervous system.
because they're unhealed, they haven't reached that version where somewhere in their life is still chaotic, it's still noise, and that's what they're used to. And until they become healed and seek some help, therapy, sometimes medication is needed, they're going to gravitate what makes them comfortable. The light and the truth is uncomfortable for them because they've been in the darkness for so long. Only when you begin to heal will you appreciate the light. When you are unhealed, you're in the dark, you're depressed, you're in unhealthy situations, relationships, environment, you're going to gravitate what you're used to. When you begin to walk the road of healing, medication if needed, then you start beginning to like the feeling of feeling better and not feeling down and out. So you then gonna start gravitating to things that's going to fill you up instead of empty you. So you're gonna gravitate towards good information, things that's gonna make you better because you're proud of where you're at and you never want to go back to that feeling of where you was. Then on the other hand, it may not even be nothing medically wrong with you. You may just be a person that thrives on mess. You just may be unstable, not stable, where you like to just thrive on mess. Your parents may have done everything they possibly can for you, and you just a rotten apple. Because I have seen situations where the parents have gave them the best that they can do, whatever, and society, they've attached themselves onto the wrong friends, the wrong environment, and they just rotten down to the core. And so their friend may be into the mess, and so they're going to be into the mess if you're a follower and you're not a leader. And then people want clickbait. They want stuff that they can talk about. Remember, we're in a community where mental health, holding yourself accountable, is lacking in our area. So it's gonna always fall behind. They'll catch the replay though, because like I said, our analytics were great. So they're gonna watch the replay when they're not around their friends and they gotta keep up with the in crowd. You remember that song coming up? I'm in with the in crowd. I go where the in crowd goes. So
I am, but I'm the kind of person that I go the opposite direction of the crowd. So whatever way the crowd is going, I go the opposite way. But I wanted to speak to something that you had just said, because there's a lot of times that's what I talk to my survivors about and clients, because when they come into shelter, a lot of times they have, or I hate calling this shelter, domestic violence and sexual violence, even though it is a shelter, it's actually called a safe house because you're safe. We foster a safe environment away from abuse.
okay,
But um, I often tell them, some of them, I'm not even going to say some of them, majority of them don't realize once they get out of that environment, they come into our environment, and then we have to put down these ground rules. We don't condone any kind of physical violence or verbal abuse, any kind of abuse here, whether it be to other people that are staying here or the staff as well. And the reason why we have to set that as ground rules is because the unfortunate reality of it is that those that are abused start to pick up the characteristics and behaviors of those that have abused them. And so they will come into the safe house and try to start causing chaos, whether it be with the staff or um, the other people staying there. And so I often tell people, um, where when a person has dealt with chaos for so long, peace feels uncomfortable
mm-hmm,
to them. And
correct,
so they will try to stir up in their environment any of that chaos that they have been used to and that has become so familiar to them.
correct. That is correct. You just said a whole bunch right there. So everyone that goes back and catches the replay, anti-violence just said a whole mouthful. And to piggyback off what she said, basically you get comfortable with what you have been through. And until you break the cycle of that comfortability, you're gonna seek darkness if you in the dark. Light is going to irritate you because your eyes have seen darkness for so long that any glimmer of light is going to hurt your eyes and you're gonna turn away from it. So,
I mean, because imagine coming into, and don't get me wrong, this is not to down any survivor or anything, because I love the survivors. I will support them and to provide any kind of resources that we could possibly give them. But they come in being sometimes abusive to the staff when we're just here to help you. And if that behavior doesn't change, unfortunately, we have to end up asking them to leave. Now, we don't just put people out, we will try to work with people because, like I said, we understand that being in abusive relationship and being abused, you really do. Whether you want to really be that person or not, you do start to pick up those abusive ways and believe it those behaviors are normal and you start perpetuating them yourself. Um, Even sometimes to the point that you don't even realize it. And so we do have a lot of behavioral contracts and things like that in conversations that are had with those individuals about their behavior and how it's not appropriate in society. And so, um, but unfortunately, some of them ends up in being administratively exited from our program because our program has, like, listen, we understand what you've been through. We understand that you've experienced domestic violence or whatever form of abuse that you have experienced. But, and this goes back to the accountability and responsibility is, even though you've experienced that abuse and that trauma, that does not give you the right to then turn around and perpetuate it on someone else.
That is correct. That is correct. Um, and it goes for an example for those that didn't understand it, what anti-violence is saying. Just because you have been abused doesn't make it right. It may be understood, but it doesn't make it right for you to turn around and abuse another person the same way that you have been abused. Just because you don't know how to be a friend, it is understood, but it doesn't give you a right to be messy, to be trifling, or anything else. We have to start breaking the cycle of using it as an excuse of doing the same thing that you have been through just because you went through it. We have to break the cycle. One of the generational curses for me and my family that was very important that I broke. My mom's siblings, if they were in an altercation, whether they had got into a verbal altercation and they wasn't speaking with each other, the children would join suit, which means my cousins and my uh, aunties, some of the family wouldn't be talking to the other family because they're in a dispute. Because I seen the impact of what it had on my family, I refused to grow up and allow this as Destiny grow up, to allow her to take part in that. Adult business should be adult business only. The children doesn't have anything to do with it. Just because I think you're scum doesn't mean the child has anything to do with it. Or I think what you done was distasteful doesn't mean that the child has anything to do with it. So if you are my cousin or my little niece, I should still be able to have a relationship with you until I repair the relationship with your father or your mother.
I don't know if you know or not, Dr. Kim. I'm sure you do. You're far more advanced in your studies and things than me, although I've had a great deal of training. However, that was another thing that I have found out is an abuse tactic is when someone gives you the silent treatment.
It is. It is. To ignore you when you're talking to them. Um, and like I said, we all make error. We all fall short. That is one of the absolute things I hate to be done to me. And I have the audacity to respond to people when I feel like it. Or don't talk when I don't want to talk, but please don't ignore me. It drives me crazy because I don't like to be ignored. But that goes to show you, no matter what your profession is, no matter what you do, who you are, We all have little niches, little things that is unperfect because we are in a imperfect world and we're operating in the flesh, and our flesh wasn't designed to be of perfectness.
And I agree. That's a lot. That's something that I do try to talk to people about when I go to have these conversations. Is it um First of all, I want to have a conversation about it so that we can all grow and we can develop healthier relationships. However, we all have to come to the realization, because none of us are perfect people. It was only one person that ever walked this earth that was perfect, and that was Jesus Christ. So we all do unhealthy things. It is learning to recognize those things and learn how to turn it around to a healthier way of dealing with conflict. And I just brought up the silent treatment because I know a great deal of people that, the silent treatment when you're in conflict and withholding love and things from people, a lot of people don't realize, like I said, is an abuse tactic.
It is. It is. Um, Silent treatment and also withholding items from someone is an abuse tactic.
Yep. So I mean, I can go on with these conversations. Like I know it's so much research and evidence-based practices out there and trainings referring to all this, and I told my executive director, because it was kind of I don't I was struggling at first when I first started working there, because I started doing all the training. I started listening to all the podcasts. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but I absolutely love this podcast called Narcissist Apocalypse, where people go on there and tell their story of experiencing narcissistic abuse. And I told her, like, like even though everybody's story of abuse is different in the way they tell it and the things that they experience, after you listen to the different stories and listen to the podcast, you start to hear so many commonalities in their stories. But then, as well, it gave me this um, sense of validation, because I was like, now I know, I was like, I wasn't crazy.
Yeah, and it does. It does. Um, when I think about things to get better, um, I like to start with education first. I like to educate myself on the problem at hand so that it can help me to be able to navigate it the best way that I can. Um, and so with the mental health and the mental illness, which will be the next topic of the show, when we lay out all of the mental illnesses, especially the key ones that is really impacting America now, you will begin to see the blueprint of the whys, the symptoms, why people do this. I also have some great videos when I was doing some research on the statistics of the family secrets, untold truths that I found. And you will see some people with multiple personality disorders acting out, just showing their natural behind. Also, you will see the tragedy if left untreated, how it will cause people to unalive themselves. That's why it is not anything to play with. If you know someone that is suffering or you are suffering, it is important to get help immediately because it will get worse before it get better. It will get way worse before it get better. And so I urge you, if you are suffering or you know anyone that's suffering, this Family Secrets has been great. We had some I have another person that's texting me, but we had some guests that was supposed to come on. Miss Shamiko, she has not been responding. I'm not sure if she has fell asleep. I know she told me her back was hurting earlier, or it's just hard for her to come on. Whichever way, I'm still sending her love and grace. Miss Tiara was supposed to come on, but she got news of a death in one of her best friend's family. So stuff do happen. I'm not one of them content creators that if things happen called life, that is going to bash you or get upset. Things do happen. Life happens. And I want my platform to be open anytime you feel the need to talk about what you've been through so that you can start your healing process. So next week will be mental health. We've been on here for 4 hours. It don't seem like it, but we've been on here for almost 5 hours. Next topic next week, Friday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, will be mental health versus mental illness. I'm going to break out, that is my specialty. So I'm going to break out mental illness as well as acute mental health. And I'm going to show you the symptoms, the signs, the treatment required. Everybody is different. For an example, you may require medication where someone else may require a different type of therapy and then medication. Everyone's situation is different. Everyone's mental health issues are different. So you cannot treat each client the same. I say client because they are trying to get us away from saying patient. Every client is different. And so it cannot be treated the same. If anybody told you that, they are lying. Each case has to be treated as a case by case thing. So mental health versus mental illness will be the topic. I'm going to give you the difference. A lot of people don't know there is a difference. I will give you some different stories, some that overcame, some that ended in tragedy because they left their mental health illness untreated. Will you be available Friday, anti-violence?
I will, Dr. Kim, and I wanted to also see if at one point we could talk about the cultural betrayal of Black women and girls. And I actually wanted to recommend the book, The Cultural Betrayal of Black Women and Girls, Approach to Healing from Sexual Abuse.
Okay, so which one do you want to do first? Do you want to do the mental health or you want to do that one next?
We can do that. I just would love to have a conversation about the cultural betrayal.
Okay. Okay,
But yes,
I'm gonna do some research on it and get me some analytics and stuff for it. That can definitely be, because yeah, that's a great one as well. See, when you put great minds together and stuff happens, man, it's a whole blessing out here, y'all. I'm telling you, people need to be rescued from the purgatory they've put themselves in. Their abuse has cause them to sink in. And so it's different topics. That's an amazing topic, anti-violence. So I definitely will do the research on that. Put that in the comments if you can, or email it to me so that I can do all the research I can, because I like to be prepared. Welcome back, Miss Increase. How you doing, love? I like to be prepared for my topic. So yes, definitely put it in a topic so that I can get my research together for that. And that definitely can be after the mental health versus mental illness topic, because it is definitely a problem. I also want to do something on human trafficking. That is a major issue in our city and state as well, all across America for our young women. And people definitely need to be aware of human trafficking. Yeah, I also want to go over the women's rights. We've lost a lot of rights, y'all. It's been quietly took away. But it's a lot of women's rights that has went down the wayside. If you are African American descent, the DEI, people have been told to go home. So there is no equal opportunity left anymore. Like, for an example, a person can be picked because they're white and you're black. The culture betrayal of black women and girls. Okay, so what I'm going to do, anti-violence, because I don't want them to think that our channel, which I really don't care, but I want us to be able to do a broad range of topics. So I am going to do the cultural betrayal of black women and girls Friday. Then we will do the mental health versus mental illness, because I could talk about that every day, all day. It's really no research I have to do on mental health and mental illness. I can get it off the top of my dome. So I love a challenge. So the cultural betrayal of black women and girls will actually be a great topic. It'll be a great change of pace. So let me write that down. So I can get my research together. The cultural betrayal of black women and girls. And oh, is it some topics, baby? It is some topics to cover up under this, because it has the cultural betrayal has definitely betrayed our women and our girls. And I got a dope graphic I made for that as well. Okay. So yeah, that'll be a great change of pace. I want to make sure we do domestic violence abuse, but it is also so many different topics that we can discuss that is causing our women in our community to be oppressed. And so the cultural betrayal of black women and girls is an amazing topic. So I'm gonna flip it. We'll do something on mental illness and mental health. We can always do that. Y'all know I specialize in that, so I can do that, Johnny, on the spot. So we're going to do the cultural betrayal of black women and girls. We're going to talk about how our culture has let them down. She says, let me put this on the screen. Anti-violence says cultural betrayal trauma is a form of trauma that involves feeling betrayed or abused by members of one's own culture and group, for example, by other people of the same race. Yeah. That's just like a form of cultural betrayal. Betrayal is how a lot of people wasn't outraged that said person decided to do the inauguration on the same day as MLK, Remembrance Day. There was no public outrage. Even our own color decided to perform at the inauguration. Where they do that at? So you will Miss Increase, yes, please send them the link for them to go back and look at this. Let them know that right now, if they cannot get along, love each other from a distance, they may need to seek some therapy. Talk about it when they're not so upset. Sometimes we handle things in the heat of the moment, and we really need to get a cool off period. There's nothing wrong with a cool off period. Anytime things come to blows, it's time to address how did we get here. So, Miss Increase, it needs to be addressed. How did your niece and nephew mom get here? It's been some stuff that one of them may have been holding on to, that they may have wronged them and they felt played or slighted, or I forgot the new word these youngsters using. But it may be an array of reasons. Something is some pent up something. And whatever new event happened just was a spillover. But it definitely wasn't the direct cause to cause them to be fighting like a dog. It is something else that happened that was buried, let go. Another thing happened. It was accepted, built up, wasn't talked about. And then whatever happened recently was a spillover. That's what Miss Increase said. She said she just sent her niece and nephew mom this link. She said her and her sister just fought like cats and dogs in front of all their kids. She said, shaking my head, my 13-year-old mom, I've never seen nothing like this. She said her 13-year-old told her they've never seen anything like that. So they was fighting like they were someone on the streets. They wasn't related at all, probably.
Here's the thing. What I would say to that, Dr. Kim, is that's another thing. The conversations that I had, because a lot of us was not taught growing up how to handle conflict in a healthy way.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know how to handle conflict in a healthy way. And I tell people all the time, people look at conflict majority of the time as a
Mm-hmm.
bad thing. All conflict is not bad. You can actually have healthy conflict, but you have to learn how to deal with it and communicate with each other in healthy ways.
Correct. And if you don't know how to, for an example, if you are trying to, people agree to disagree. You may say something that I don't necessarily agree with, but we're all entitled to our opinion. And I may not agree with it, but I can respectfully say, well, I respect your opinion, but this is how I view it. But you don't always have that in a family dynamic. One person may think they old enough and they have seniority to talk to you any kind of way. But you have to set boundaries. There where boundaries come in at And if I'm not yelling and cursing at you, I'm not going to accept if you do it to me. If you do it to me, I'm not going to talk to you until you can come at me correctly.
Agree. And that's where I go. If you are not able to have this conversation at this time as an adult without all the yelling and screaming and cursing, I'm going to have to leave this conversation.
Correct. And it takes you a while to get there. Not everybody's there. It took me a minute to get there, and it may take you even longer. But it takes you a minute to get there. But peace is more important than the buffoonery. And so when you get to a certain space, peace over conflict is better any day. And so if both are upset, healing needs to take place for whatever the true deep rooted issue is. And then until some commonality can come, mutual respect can come, there doesn't need to be any relationship or conversation, because that's never okay to fight in front of our babies. Your 13-year-old seeing that, it's like, man, you don't know how that may impact your 13-year-old to see that type of action between family members.
And another thing I would say to that is we have to, well, for the most part, I have. Am I 100% perfect when it comes to that? Absolutely not. I'm not. Biblically, as well as a societal norm, we have to learn how to control and regulate our own individual emotions and feelings. And so, if you know you angry, all you have to simply say to someone, if I'm having a, say me and you were having conflict and I see that it starts to get heated and I'm starting to get angry, we can I can set a boundary and in that conversation and say, hey, this is just making me really angry right now. I don't feel like talking about this right now. Let's come back and revisit this conversation when we can both be emotionally regulated.
Correct. And see, that's how I am. I don't want to continue to have a conversation with you. Um, and we both may say things that we don't mean. Because people tell partially the truth when they upset with you. They hold in things and say things that they've been wanting to say, and then they excuse it for, oh, I was just angry. That's where it comes in. Love's supposed to show up even when you're upset with a person. So if you love a person, you shouldn't be saying hurtful things to that person. We have to get to a point where we are adulting and not behaving like adolescent children and learn to walk away. Now, again, it's easier said than done, because it's been a couple of times before I reached that maturity level where I say, oh, you talking to me like, okay, then what's up? So nothing I'm saying is going to come immediately. It comes with life, growing, knowing, and knowing how to act in certain situations. And how
I
to
agree.
not allow nobody to make you so angry they trick you out your spot.
I 100% agree. You know it. You and I talked about that a lot last week, Dr. Kim. And like I said, I'm never going to profess that I am perfect. I have dealt with trauma and walked through my healing process myself. And people that will see me today and just see how I interact with people would never believe that years ago I used I would pop off. I would go from 0 to 100 because of the trauma that I've been through. I mean, within seconds. And so, that's another part of your healing process is again learning how to self to regulate your own emotions and feelings, as well as using a certain level of emotional intelligence.
Correct. And when you're using a certain level of emotional intelligence, you have to graduate to that. You have to graduate to it because, as I stated, it is not going to be something that comes overnight. You have to get to a point where you're tired of chaos, you're tired of being trapped in purgatory that you've put yourself in, or an invisible cage, like I like to say, or you are tired of just the arguing, the chaos, the toxicity, and you ready for change. That has to be a decision that you make within yourself. And you also got to be willing to let go any and everybody that's not part of your elevation.
And you also have to take a certain level of accountability because I'm going to just say it. A lot of us put ourselves in the situation that we're in.
That's correct. We do. We put ourselves in a situation and then we blame other people for being in that situation. And you be saying to yourself, do you not know how you got here? Like, excuse me? What are you know what I'm saying? The audacity, I like to call it. And you can't be looking for a bone and then when you find the bone, don't expect the dog to want their bone back. And what I mean by that is you can't be out here picking, manipulating, harassing people, and then when a person finally scratches back, you running playing victim. No. You have to take accountability of why you was initiating in that type of behavior in the first place to cause a reaction out of someone.
Yes, and that one great thing going to counseling with my pastor that I learned, he said, now it's not about now when I say this, it's not about you taking responsibility for the behaviors of someone else, but he said being a leader takes responsibility. And so one of the things that grinds my gears to no end, like you just mentioned, is the blame shifting and
Mhm.
people's absolute inability to look at the whole of the situation and refuse. I mean, they absolutely refuse to take any accountability into why we are where we are right now.
I agree. Um, Sometimes uh, we react and do certain things, like I stated earlier, without thinking. Um, and if you are unhealed or have some issues going on, you're going to blame other people around you. No, sir, or no, ma'am. No one forced you to do anything. Or if you expect someone to help you get out of a messy situation you didn't put yourself in, and then you get mad because that person can't help you get out of that situation, and then you get an attitude with them and stop talking to them because they can't do what you need them to do for you. And you're the one put yourself in that position. A person don't owe you anything. That's where it goes to definitely taking accountability, looking at what you've done, looking at your mistakes, and making sure you fix it to do better and be better for your life, your family, people that you're responsible for. But it starts with being responsible for yourself. You can't be better to nobody if you ain't better to yourself.
And that's just like I tell people all the time, even throughout this saga, it's a bunch of denial, a lot of things that has actually been happening. And our organization, we also deal with um, perpetrators of violence. And so what happens is um, our county court systems will require for someone, if they are charged with domestic violence, to do our domestic violence intervention program. And people, I was like, ask yourself how many people that has been convicted of domestic violence, or someone has accused them of domestic violence, and there is actual proof that they
Right.
committed this act. How many do you think go through that domestic violence program and actually admit to their behavior? A lot of, I would not say a lot, but majority of those individuals have a corruption in their
Mm-hmm.
beliefs, and is just going through the curriculum because they have been required to do that. And unfortunately, even though um, states require, some states require now that they take that domestic violence intervention program, they will continue to abuse afterwards. Um, and have no significant change from actually um, doing the program, because they don't really truly believe that they did anything wrong, and they don't take accountability.
Wow. Um, a prime example. Let me pull this up real quick just to show before we close out of someone. It touches on all the subjects that we have touched last week, this week, and what we were going to touch on before um it was switched to the cultural betrayal of Black women and girls. But this is very important to show. Wait a minute, hold on, yeah. Trying to see what it's doing on my Facebook.
And then I'll recommend another book. I don't know if your viewers read books or if you love to read books, but Riley, Be Quiet. I often recommend this book to people that are going through abuse, or would like to learn more information um, about abuse. But it's called Why Does He Do That? Inside the Minds of Angry and Controlling Men by Lindy Bancroft.
Okay. Um, hold on. It's trying to log into. I'm pressing cancel.
And but don't get me wrong, I know we talk a lot about men, and I say this to the men, excuse me, in groups that I lead, um, because we also have a program called Women Who Resort to Force. We do realize that there are also men that get abused. However, primarily, per evidence, not saying that women don't resort to physical violence, but the majority of abuse that women perpetuate is the verbal, emotional, and psychological. Um, and usually, when they resort to those things, it is due to um, either being in a relationship that is abusive, or they have unresolved childhood trauma. Um, and so I kind of make um, talk to the men about women can be abusive too. However, we do know that the majority of people that are experience abuse is women and children.
Right. It is. So I put the link at the bottom. Go and watch. It will not allow me to, for some reason, me pulling up my Facebook page. It is trying to make me log in through StreamYard. But go and watch this reel when you guys get an opportunity to. It will show you uh narcissist behavior, aggressive behavior, abuse, mental illness, everything that I have been talking about, anti-violence have been talking about from last week, this week, continuing on. We can go on and on. And unfortunately, the end result was this young lady unalived herself. Uh, but please go and watch it. The link is in the chat, and you would see how a person can go from 0 to 100, spiral out of control. It is on my personal page, Kimberly Wilson. And that is the link. I was trying to share my page and show it, but it was not allowing me to do so. But go and watch it when you can, and it is going to really open your mind of everything that me and anti-violence is talking about. We have to, if I do this and I save only one person, then I've done my job. From staying in the darkness, content to be there, or if I save one domestic violence victim that don't know how to get out, that is scared but lack the resources on how to get out, and anti-violence give them the resources available to get out, we have done our job. As I stated, it is a marathon and not a sprint. So we've been on here for 5 hours. We appreciate everyone that has joined us. Next, for this coming Friday, will be the culture betrayal of Black women and girls. It is a lot of topics. I can already feel them spinning off of my brain. It's a lot of information out on that, so I definitely will become prepared. Is it on some? Hold up, yes, it is on someone with borderline personality disorder, and her family, someone close to her, failed her. She needed to, well, I'm gonna say this, she may have been getting help and refused to take the medication. Also, with borderline personality disorder, you cannot, absolutely not be drinking alcohol. It's gonna cause you to switch in and out. You're gonna become Mary, Carrie. You're gonna be in and out of those different personalities. And so her drinking was a big no-no. Also, I'm gonna say her family may have put her in a position to get some help, but she's grown. So I correct myself when I say that. But someone that was close to her failed her by not reporting her aggressive behavior. If you go and watch it, it is sad. I watched it maybe 10 times because my brain is trained to catch up on the signals. The young lady tried her best, and she was afraid, and she tried to get away. She ended up getting away, but I wish she would have called the police. I wish she would have called the police on her so that she can get the help that she needed, because she needed it immediately. But if you have a mental illness, drinking is not what you're supposed to do, especially if you're suffering from paranoid, schizophrenia, anything. Drinking only elevates the imbalance.
I posted that in the chat, Dr. Kim. I said anybody with a mental disorder should not be drinking.
Correct. I'm gonna put this on the screen. Anyone with a mental disorder should not be drinking. It elevates whatever chemical imbalance you're having in your brain. It elevates it. So if you're having some serious mental health issues, you should not be drinking or partaking into any drug substances. There are now these mushrooms. You definitely don't want to get that buffoonery, because if you're paranoid schizophrenic, it can cause you to lose your mind. So you got to be careful what you put in your body. Even without a mental health issue, you got to be careful what you put in your body. But with that, you definitely have to be careful. And so when you guys watch that, you're gonna really be able to pick on, and it'll give you a slight glimpse of borderline personality disorder. It is a very serious condition, and it is part of the acute mental health. And it is a it's definitely a case-by-case treatment plan. But it is very dangerous, because a person can be very sweet to you one minute, and the next minute they're like Chucky with a knife literally coming at you to stab you. Like, for real. And so it's
I haven't done a whole lot of research on borderline personality disorder, but is borderline personality disorder something that could be treated? Because I know a lot of therapists and stuff really don't want to deal with narcissistic people with narcissistic personality disorder.
borderline personality disorder is tricky. It depends on the person, what has happened in their life. Also, when did the first symptoms occur? It's really hard to really treat without a long hospital stay if they have been exhibiting that behavior since adolescence. Um,
Which they say mental health symptoms usually manifest themselves in childhood,
it
right?
does, especially something like that. So usually when their alternate personality um is aggressive, violent, deadly, then those require commitment, which means you're committed to a mental institution. You cannot get out unless it's court ordered. And usually it's going to be your state facility. It's not going to be the short-term stay hospital. It's going to be your state-run mental health facility, because you just don't know when they're going to switch in and out.
So can they
Borderline personality
can
disorder. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So can they improve?
With medication, it can lessen the other personality showing up, but they're still gonna come. It can also The medication would also help with the violence when the other personality comes up. But usually you just are treating the hyper aggressiveness of it.
So I always tell people, or I don't believe that somebody to be that violent just comes out of nowhere. And so, am I correct in saying that somewhere in their childhood something happened to them?
Yes and no. Sometimes a child can be born with a chemical imbalance, and their mom and father, they could have came from a two-parent household. They could have been provided with all the love and the nurturing. Some children are born with mental illness. For an example, older men, y'all older men that's out here recruiting these little girls, y'all automatically pass on a chromosome to your child that has mental illness attached to it. My daughter's father is older, and she was healthy. And I'll never forget my OBGYN specialist telling me, she was very frustrated because she was like, she's healthy, but I want you to be aware that watch her at a certain age, when she gets to be 3 or 4, she may start exhibiting behavior issues, whether it's ADHD, bipolar. She said, because these older guys, when it's a more younger female, passes on those chromosomes where they pass on mental health issues. And so you start noticing around 4 or 5, as I stated. It may be ADHD. ADHD is so misdiagnosed in a lot of children. Um, they're so quick to medicate a child, which I disagree with that as well. But you start noticing the behavior. Psychosis can occur without trauma if it's a mental imbalance in the brain. I mean, a chemical imbalance in the brain.
My daughter has ADHD, and a doctor, psychologist, psychiatrist, one of the two, actually told me to coffee when she was younger helped with her hyperactivity.
Did it help her?
Yep, it sure did.
Well, the caffeine worked to slow down her adrenaline. That's all it is. They have more adrenaline than a person without ADHD. So the caffeine in the coffee worked as a suppressant to her adrenaline.
Yeah, so it worked for her. I was just, it may not work for all people, but it did work for her.
Yeah, it depends on a case by case study, but yeah, the caffeine works as a suppressant to the adrenaline, the over adrenaline. That's what causes the hyperness, the gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Because if you notice, if you get too much caffeine in you, that's what make you get up and go. So it's the same. Or some people, it makes very jittery. So it really depends on the person.
And so now she drinks some energy drinks, like she'll drink the healthier ones, but if she drink like a Red Bull or something, it'll make her super anxious.
Yeah, yeah, that nervousness of that caffeine makes you very jittery and anxious. So you gotta balance it. You can't have too much with it, and you have to make sure you don't have less if you've been using that as a suppressant. So, do anybody have any questions in the chat before we close out? Hello, Blessed Beyond Measures. Hello, Angela, my beautiful sister from Louisiana. Informative live. Thank you so much, sis. You definitely catch the replay. We dropped some gems early in the live. I gave a definition of family abuse. Um, Different feelings that you get: betrayed, you feel worthless after you have been a victim of abuse. um Anti-violence also gave some great examples of abuse and things. We are going to do the cultural betrayal of Black women and girls. I'm excited about that topic because it's an array of things that we can definitely speak on it, talk about, like body shaming. Our own community body shame, and then they have made it okay to think the BBLs is cute. No, Anybody from the sound of my voice, do what you want to do with your money. But if you are not going to a reputable doctor, do not go to Taquisha, you know, that live down the street. Because she going to have your butt looking like you got on a roller coaster. If you can't afford to go to a reputable doctor that you lessen the risk of it killing you, don't do it. Don't do it. For the sake of looking good, we are putting ourselves in danger by getting it bootlegged. Anything that's going in your body, you can't afford to get it bootlegged.
Yeah, the body shaming, I will say, in our community is just crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. Body shaming is definitely also the status quo in our community is horrible. So we're definitely gonna discuss a lot of topics. So y'all come ready to discuss. Um, we're gonna talk about jealousy, all of that. It's gonna cover an array of things that is happening. So that was a great topic, anti-violence. So if no one have any questions, I'm going to get ready to close out. Again, I will be back on Friday, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Anti-violence says she will be joining. I'm sure she will have some amazing gems for you guys. As I stated, fixing your crowns with Dr. Kimberly Wilson is simply to help adjust your crown, fix your crown, in the event you need a little bit of adjustment. We are designed to inspire you, teach you, and reach you with love and show you grace, favor, and mercy. We do not judge over here. We make sure we empower, lift you up, give you the tools necessary to go on to a brighter day and a better day. So I hope that this live encouraged you, blessed you, taught you, so that you can pass on this information to someone that may be in need, may need some encouragement, and may need some love. If it's God's will, I will see you back here on Friday, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Also, if you see any bullying, report it. Don't become a bully. Do something for someone today, because tomorrow can never come. Y'all be blessed, and I'll see you guys then. Take care. Bye.